Yo, what's going on, everybody? You're watching Giants Now by Chat Sports. I am your host, Marshall Green, and the NFL trade deadline is here for the 2025 NFL season. A bunch of trades have already happened over the last 24 hours. We will recap all of those coming up momentarily. But a day for the Giants to potentially get better. A day for them to potentially trade away some of their NFL draft busts. We will see what they do. You have a hot seat, a GM on the hot seat as you enter the trade deadline, and that is never a good thing because they probably won't be making too many moves to drastically improve the team. So we're going to find out what the New York Giants are going to do here on trade deadline day as we are 5 hours away. It's going to be a marathon here on New York Giants Now by Chat Sports. Appreciate everybody for being in the building. Let's get the comment section going. We appreciate y'all. And then we got to get to my guy Marty coming in with two $50 super chats to get the party started. If you bleed Giants blue, you want the Giants to go out and make a trade to improve this team, give me a real one down below. We'll give some shout outs. Appreciate everybody in the building. CTM, I saw was here. Tennessee Booyah in the building. What up, Mike Rivera? Paul, Blue Fang. I saw my guy, Mr. Rick, in the building. The Golden Eagle, Master of Coin, Nick's Galaxy. Says, I'm here nursing an 8:30 a.m. root canal. That sounds terrible.
That's brutal.
That does not sound good. I am not jealous of you on that. Dave McDrip in the building. Orange, Cuba, Scrooty, Anthony. What up, everybody? Shout out to y'all. If you haven't hit that like button, please do so. And also give me some MMs in the building. We got a 3-point goal. Marty Malela. Bang! Give me some MMs in the chat. Marty Malela coming in with a $50 super chat. He says, let's see what Shane has in store for us today. I hope it's something good. I kind of feel as if the New York Giants aren't necessarily going to make a big trade. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I'd say move up me so I'm not behind the super chat. But look, they could. They could go out and make a big-time trade. I think it's going to be hard for him to convince ownership to let him do that unless he just has a clean slate to go and do that. And he's going to be guaranteed a job next year. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just he's got to go out and do it. Will he be able to do it is the question. Is John Mara going to let him go out and trade future draft capital? Press spacebar. Or whatever. I don't know. Doesn't sound like Jalen Waddle is on the trade market. We'll see, though. We'll see. It's going to be a long day. Maybe Joe Shane feels as if he should go out and do it. I don't know. I'm hoping that he can turn some of his NFL draft busts into some future draft capital. And what's disappointing is you're not going to get that much on the return. I could expect for Deonte Banks to be traded today. Maybe a guy like Evan Neal to be traded today. Maybe even someone like Jalen Hyatt could get traded today. So shout out to you, Marty. Came in with two $50 super chats. My man, shout out to you, Marty Malela. We got a 3-point goal. Marty Malela. Bang! Shout out to Marty. It's not a Giants Now party without my guy Marty. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you for always supporting this show. Says Joe Shane is asleep. Someone wake him up, please. My man Marty sent this $50 super chat after we saw Jacoby Meyers of the Las Vegas Raiders be traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars. This was a player that the New York Giants have been linked to over the past couple of weeks, and we haven't talked about it, we being myself and Andrew Connell. My question to you, Andrew, if the Jags or if the Raiders said, we will trade Meyers to you, being the New York Giants, for a 4th and a 6th round pick, what would you say to that?
I'd probably have to go with no. The Giants, as we've talked about, lack depth, and where you build depth is in that middle to late part of the draft, and hopefully, whether it's Joe Shane or someone else, they're using their 2026 4th and 2026 6th to kind of get that back end of the roster and the depth part of this roster beefed up. So I would say 2 draft picks, probably no on Jacoby Meyers.
Look, I like Jacoby Meyers as a player. I think he's a really good wide receiver, too, in this league. Is he a top 5 wide receiver, too? No. Is he a top 10 wide receiver, too? Potentially. I like the player that is Jacoby Meyers. We got to tell you guys about our proud sponsor, Prize Picks. Before we do that, though, I want you to get in the comment section. Would you have traded a 4th and a 6th round pick for Jacoby Meyers? Type Y for yes, type N for no. I want to hear from you guys in the comment section. I also got to tell you about our proud sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks, the #1 fantasy sports app in America. Pick, predict, and play. It's easy and exciting daily fantasy sports. And it's super fun to play. All you do is create a lineup of 2 to 6 players, and you simply pick more or you pick less on the projected stat line that Prize Picks has for players. You do football, baseball, basketball, college football, college basketball, and so much more. And they've got an awesome deal going on right now. When you download the app and you use the promo code CLNS and you play your first $5, you get $50 in lineups instantaneously. This is the lineup that I'm going with for the football games this week. I am taking the more on Bo Nix. I'm taking the more on Ashton Genty, and I'm taking the more on Brock Bowers. You can roll with my picks. You can fade my picks. Just do it at Prize Picks. Download the app, create an account, and use that promo code CLNS. When you play your first $5 lineup, they're going to get you $50 in lineups ASAP. You don't even have to win that first lineup that you play. So shout out to Prize Picks. It's a lot of fun, and it makes the games just a little bit more interesting as well. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring Giants Now by Chat Sports. Be a real one. Support them. We love having them as a sponsor. Wouldn't be able to do so if you guys didn't show love. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. A lot of people, Sky, yeah, you can't skip the ad because it's live, my man. Look, we that's how we put lights up. That's how we put a roof over Andrew Connell's head.
Absolutely.
So don't be mad at the sponsors. Be mad at Andrew Connell because he needs a roof over his head. He's just so needy.
And my dog as well. I mean,
yeah, don't do it yet. Exactly.
Can't put her out on the street as well. She needs to eat. So
the first big trade of the day comes from the Las Vegas Raiders and the Jacksonville Jaguars. I am kind of glad the New York Giants did not make this trade. Look, I think Meyers is a good player. If you told me that Meyers was under contract at a reasonable number for the next 3 years, maybe I reevaluate my take on this. But the fact he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year makes me feel as if it's a little bit too steep of a price.
Yeah, I think, and like, listen, if the Giants were, I think you said earlier, like 4-3 or something like that, then it's a different story. But to add a guy like this, to give up multiple draft picks on a team that's 2-7, I don't know. I just can't. I can't bring myself to say they should have made that move.
Check your Slack if you can, real quick. Yeah, I think Meyers is a good player. I kind of have a hard time wrestling with it that the Giants would give up 2 picks. Look, if it was a 6th-round pick, I would do it. If it was a 4th-round pick, probably not. The highest I would be willing to go for a wide receiver, too, that's going to be a free agent that wants some big money is probably a 5th. So the price to pay was and is a little bit too steep for me. Now, if you knew that maybe you beat the Denver Broncos, maybe you beat the Philadelphia Eagles, and instead of 2-7, you're 4-5, maybe I go out and do it. But, man, I do wish that they could get some talent to put around Jackson Dart right now. I'm kind of stuck in a hard place between sacrificing future draft capital with 8 games to go with a head coach and a head coach and a GM that I don't think should be employed after this year. That's kind of where I'm at on that. We got 611 people in the building. If you could, please hit that thumbs up icon. Shout out to everybody sending in super chats. We're going to get to all of those coming up in a second. Look, today's a day where we're just going to be chopping it up with y'all. We're going to be getting your comments up on screen. We're going to be reacting to all of the moves that go down across the National Football League. It's going to be your one-stop shop for everything NFL trade deadline related. If you could, please hit that thumbs up icon. We got 650 people watching, only 145 likes. Those are rookie numbers, a little bit upsetting. It's free to watch. All I ask is that you do what's free, and that's hit the like button. Helps this channel grow. We're on the way to 100,000 subscribers. We need your help. Once you have liked the video, type me down in the chat. So when I look at the chat, I know who the real ones are because I want to show love to the people that show love to us here. And I think that's pretty fair. 14 likes away from 200. Please, please, please hit that like button. Shout out to my guy. What up, Rich Rob? What up, Dave McDrip? What up, Peter? What up, Prez? What up, Dr. Pancake? What up, my man? Trippy, Cha, Nope in the building. I thought Nope found a new Giants channel to watch, and he stopped watching us. Des Powell, what up? Big Cujo, CTM, Brian, ECS, Scout, Anthony, Married, Marry Me. I couldn't. The chat is moving fast now. Shout out to y'all. Continue to smack that thumbs up icon. Let's get to 300 likes on today's video. Yeah, Nope is here. What up, Bronx boy? What's LAV, baby? You keep on saying that. I don't know what that means. Is that some sort of slur? I don't know. BTA on that like button. Yeah. Do what the Niners run game did to the Giants to the like button. Just keep smacking it.
Brian Robinson to Deontay Banks.
What a coward. What a coward. Like, how about have some pride? Not even some pride for the Giants, some pride for yourself.
For yourself, yeah, man. It's like it was just like you winced watching that. Like, oh.
Sky, we are live until the NFL trade deadline has come and gone. We're going to be live for the next 5 hours. Shout out to y'all, man. A trade deadline special. Nobody does it like we do it here on New York Giants Now by Chat Sports. 11 likes away from 300 likes. Once we get there, we'll run through all the super chats that are coming in. Major love to y'all, bro. Thank you. Peter says, got my Jackson Dart jersey now to get one that says Marshall. You get a Giants jersey that says Marshall. What number would it be? What number would it be? And would it say Marshall on the back or would it say green? I'm curious. Oh, your 3 favorite words, bro. Lordy, Alrighty, and Vinny. Okay. LAV. LAV. Love that. Shout out to y'all. Across 300 likes We appreciate it. Kevin, Dad, what's up, man? Thank you for the $5 super chat, brother. Says Joe Shane should trade himself back to Buffalo for enough wings to feed Giants fans for free next home game. It would be his best move yet. Have you ever had buffalo wings? Not like
from Buffalo?
From Buffalo, yeah.
So I had a friend who went to college at the University of Buffalo. I visited him once, and I got buffalo wings when I was there, and they're legit. It's the real deal. Like, you think, how could it possibly be better? They make buffalo wings anywhere. Whatever they're doing up there, they're doing it the right way. So
my take on wings is I don't want them to be big. I want, like, kind of smaller wings. I don't want the steroid chicken. I want, like, a little bit on the smaller end, and
Okay.
I am completely flats over drums all day,
Really?
every day. Yeah.
See, I like both, but I like the drum better. The flat is just hard to eat, and I know there's that thing where you gotta like press it in and it break the bones apart, and then you eat it
You don't
that
gotta
way.
do all that.
But-
Just get in there.
Yeah.
Nah, cornstarch is the secret, says CTM. I gotta get me some. I feel like CTM is a sneaky good cook.
Sounds like it. She's dropping all the keys to success in the comments
The
section.
small
so.
flats are awesome. The paws, the skin to the meat ratio, and the meat is a little bit better and juicier. I feel like on the flat, a little bit harder to eat.
Yeah,
but
you can also one hand the drum, so that opens up another hand for whatever whether you want to drink or you want to scroll on your phone.
I agree with that.
But I like both. I don't discriminate. So
No, like if you hand me 20 drums, I'm gonna eat the
I'm
shit
not
out
gonna
of
be.
them.
There's people who are gonna be like, oh, give me 20 flats.
No,
That's
see,
it. I
I'm
don't
not
want
that
any
guy.
drums.
One hand in the drum sounds crazy. You can one hand flats. Yeah, you can. You just got to be a pro. You got to be a pro. Small wings are real wings. I agree, Let's Be Giants. If you're putting the Raphael Palmero inside my chicken wing, I don't want it. I don't want it. Some chicken wings out here looking like, yeah, I don't want turkey leg wings. I don't want it to look like, you know the right size of a chicken wing when you see it, man. Small wings are legit. That's what it is, man. Kevin, Dad, appreciate you, my man. Look, I don't think Joe Shane should be employed by the Giants any longer. There was a report that came out from Paul Schwartz, I believe, who covers the Giants for the New York Post and has done so since the 1990s, maybe even the late 1980s. He put out something in the newspaper today that essentially said it sounds like they're going to keep Joe Shane and lean towards firing Brian Daboll. And that's frustrating to me because there's no argument to keep Joe Shane. And like arguing who has done a worse job makes no sense either, because there has been so many mistakes by Joe Shane. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole today. It's year 4. You're one of the worst teams in the NFL. Yeah, you add names that have talent, but you don't add wins. And that's the number one job when you are running a football team, is to win games. And the New York Giants just have not done that. They are 2-7 to start the year, 3 years in a row. That literally says, Andrew Connell, there has been no progress. There may be new names. You may see players with higher Madden ratings on this team, but one thing has stayed consistent. You lose games at an all-time rate.
Yeah, and like not only that, they've gotten worse since they took over. They took over a team that went to the playoffs, and like Joe Shane really had minimal impact on that roster, and since then, they've gotten worse every single year. So not only has there been no progress, but there's been a decline in the wins for this organization and the success of the season. So it's hard to – I'd love to hear John Mara talk about if they end up deciding to do that and keep Shane and fire Daboll, his reasoning for why that's the case. Like, it's very clear to look at this roster, and yes, like you said, like they have some high-end talent. Some really good players at the top, but this bottom of this roster is bare, and the reasoning is because he missed on a lot of high draft picks.
That's what's so frustrating. Like, yeah, you have an injury to Malik Neighbors, but you also have a guy that you paid $36 million in free agency in that room, a guy that you picked in the second round in that room, and a guy that you picked in the third round in that room. Like, in theory, your wide receiver room shouldn't go to the worst in the NFL when you have your top player get hurt because you've invested other major assets in that room. And, like, for all the people that want to say, well, there's so many injuries, the Giants' run defense is god-awful. And the only game one starter they are missing in that front seven is Micah McFadden. Dexter Lawrence is there. Roy Robertson-Harris is there. Darius Alexander, Rakeem Nunez-Roches is there. Brian Burns is there. Kayvon Thibodeau is there. Abdul Carter is there. Bobby Okereke is there. Darius Musow is there. That's 9 guys that you invested in on this front seven, and they don't stop the run, so there's not even injuries there. And then when you take it to the injuries in the secondary, you should be able to stay afloat because the guy that you're having to play because of injuries, Andrew Connell, is a first-round pick in Deonte Banks. The other guy you're having to play is Drew Phillips, who's a third-round pick. You're also playing Dane Belton, who is a fourth-round pick. These are guys that should be able to keep you afloat while injuries happen, not literally be tons and tons on a ship of sinking. Like,
yeah, if you look at all the guys that are the most disappointing players on the Giants, they're all guys that Joe Schoen brought in or drafted, and a lot of them in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft as well. So if you're looking for someone to blame, the blame is on Joe Schoen. So, yeah.
And now the rumor is that Joe Schoen is pointing to, look at all the guys we have, it's coaching now. Well, if that's the case, why haven't you fired your defensive coordinator? If it's coaching, why haven't you fired the defensive coordinator?
You know you're in trouble when you start having to play that blame game, and 2 guys that came in together are kind of turning on each other. We've already seen kind of the tensions between, I think, when to start Jackson Dart, who to pick at quarterback. There's starting to be that divide between Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll peers, and that's never a good thing for the organization.
Paul Schwartz wrote, don't assume Giants will be firing both the GM and the GM and the coach, and he says split ticket. Just think about in life, why do bad companies stay bad? Because they make bad decisions. They don't move on from something when they realize it's not the solution. Joe Schoen is not the solution to the Giants' problems, so you should be moving on. There's been nothing that has shown in 4 seasons now that he can turn around a team and add talent consistently in cheap ways. I could go on all day about why Joe Schoen is not the guy to bring the Giants trophy number 5, but it doesn't matter. The Giants sound like they're going to bring him back, and that's why they have the second most losses in the last 10 years in the National Football League.
I've heard a quote a few times somewhere online that dysfunctional teams do dysfunctional things, and getting that split or firing potentially the wrong guy would just bring further dysfunction to the Giants.
How long has Joe Schoen been here? Since January of 2022. January of 2022. Appreciate you, Kevin. Long answer there. I don't even know if you asked a question. We went to chicken wings to Joe Schoen
All
being
it took
a bad
was Joe
GM.
Schoen, and that was it. So.
Yeah. Kevin, we appreciate your $5 super chat, man. Mike, what up, Mike Rivera? $10 super chat. Salute to you, bro. Says, I don't want Schoen making a crazy move, but at the same time, there's half the season left, and Dart needs help. It's ridiculous. Man, that is how I feel. I feel like on my job, I try to be the opposite of a guy that has one foot in one bucket and one in the other. But I could literally be swayed either way for the Giants to make a move or not make a move at the receiver spot. But I kind of lean towards this, Andrew Connell. If Joe Schoen is coming back, which at this point you should already have the decision made. Unless you are hoping for the Giants to go on a run to keep his job, and even if that's the reason to keep his job, you should still fire him. You should already have your mind made up on if you want Joe Schoen to be the guy next year. Sounds like they kind of lead towards keeping him. So if you're going to keep Joe Schoen, then I actually think you should go make a trade because you should be trying to add good football players at every single opportunity you have. And right now is an opportunity. So I don't know.
Yeah, something tells me it's he's only going to make a move if it on his value chart that he's got in his office, it results as a win for the Giants, or they're going to get, it's a positional, like the allocating of the resources, whatever he talks about all the time. Like I said, I'm not expecting anything big either. Yeah, obviously they thought Jacoby Meyers 4th and 6 was too much for him, so we'll see if they make a receiver move to help Dart.
Appreciate you, Mike. You're a real one, bro. Jaquix, what's up, Martian Connell? Shout out to you, brother. How you doing, man? Thanks for being here. Thanks for always showing love to the channel, brother. Let's go Giants. Marty Malela, the MVP of today's show, the MVP of the year for Giants Now. Marty, we love you. Says, would you do Slayton and Hyatt for Shaheed and Olave? Absolutely. I would do that in a heartbeat. I think the Saints, if you offered that, hang up on you immediately and block your number, though. Slayton is not as good as Shaheed. Hyatt's not as good as Shaheed. And Slayton's not as good as Olave. And Hyatt's not as good as Olave. Reports were surfacing over the past couple of days that the Saints were looking for a day 2 pick for Rashid Shaheed, and that's a 2nd or 3rd round pick. No way am I trading that for Shaheed. I think he's a solid player. I think he's a good wide receiver 3. He's also going to be a free agent at the end of the year, so I'm not trading premium draft capital for a player that I don't think is worth that bill, on top of the fact he's going to be a free agent and there's no guarantee he's going to be on your football team next year. So there's kind of that on that front. I would have never brought back Slayton. I think I've made that abundantly clear. You can go back, and I posted the video yesterday, myself and producer Smitty reacting to the news when it broke that they re-signed Darius Slayton. And we both broke down because we knew it was a horrible move. And you just fast forward 5 months later, and it's playing out as one of the worst moves in all of free agency by any general manager. You paid a receiver $36 million that can't catch. It's like paying a chef that can't cook. It's the number one most important skill, and it didn't happen. I have no trust in Joe Schoen. I have no faith in Joe Schoen. I'm not going to be a blind optimist for a guy that has Joe Schoen is the classic guy that, like, have you ever seen the meme where it's like you're digging yourself out of a hole and you're throwing the sand up, but it's just falling right back on you? He's digging and he's trying to get you out of there, but he's actually digging you deeper into the hole, and the sand that he's moving out of the hole is just falling right back into the hole of the Giants. And it's an everlasting cycle of I make moves that sound good, but they don't actually improve my football team. And I can't even say that the Darius Slayton move sounded good. I think that they were snake bitten by the idea of, we let Xavier McKinney go and he was good somewhere else. We let Barkley go and he was better somewhere else. They didn't want Slayton to go and be good somewhere else. But if you operate like that as a football team, you're never going to be good.
Yeah, and I mean, they knew they needed a receiver. They just did not sign one that has been able to help the team so far. So they knew they needed a receiver, just not the right guy.
Could have also drafted one. Torrey Horton went in the 5th round.
Yeah,
Impact player already for Seattle.
He looks pretty good.
There's been a lot of receivers that have already been impactful that you passed up on. Yeah, you got Ray McLeod, though. You got Ray McLeod, Mr. Rick.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
He looked great on Sunday. All right, shout out to you guys. We got almost 1,000 people in here. We're only at 385 likes. Let's get those numbers up. Let's try and get to 500 likes. We appreciate you guys supporting us. You want more people to come hang out with us. Liking the stream helps us out, helps get more people in here so we can talk about the Giants and hopefully see them make a move to help the team.
If you could, hit that like button. We greatly appreciate it. We are going to be live throughout the NFL trade deadline. So please, please, please hit that like button. And let's make this, for the 4th year in a row, the #1 most watched Giants live trade deadline coverage. We'll be covering the NFL as a whole today as well, but with a hyper focus on Big Blue. Once we get to 500 likes, we will shuffle through all the trades that have gone down over the past couple of minutes and days here, as we're 30 likes away. Shout out to y'all. If you want to shout out and you have liked the video, type me. My man Kiwa says, Joe, great value, Shane. That might be too much credit. Ox says, Marsh, thoughts on BTJ maybe getting traded? I don't see it. I think it would be a mistake for Jacksonville to trade him. But if he is on the trade block, I do think the Giants should go out and try to make a move for him.
They just added a receiver as well, so I'm not sure they're going to look to subtract from their receiver room.
Especially with Travis Hunter being hurt. Sounds like he could miss a couple of weeks as well. So there is that. 18 likes away from 500 likes. Please, please, please hit that thumbs up icon. All right, we've already seen a wide receiver be traded. Jacoby Meyers goes from Las Vegas to the Jacksonville Jaguars, a player that plays a position that the New York Giants reportedly were interested in acquiring at one point. I think Meyers is a good player. 28 years old. Going to be a free agent at the end of the year. I personally think for a 4th and a 6th round pick, the price is a little steep, in my opinion. I like him. I think he would help the Giants right now. And by the Giants, I mean Jackson Dart. But I'd kind of just rather have the 4th than him, and I'd especially rather have a 4th and a 6th. The Giants do have 3 6th-round picks this year, so maybe they look to deal one of those for a back end of the roster receiver to help the position, but this was a little bit too expensive for me, and I'm kind of glad they actually did not make this trade. I think Meyers is a good player. If he was signed under contract at a reasonable salary for the next 3 years, I probably would do this trade. But the reason he is being traded is because he was not going to re-sign with Las Vegas.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at it from the lens of, like, can you get a guy in the 4th round with your 4th-round pick that's maybe not he's as good as Jacoby Meyers, but he's going to be making, like, pennies compared to what you're going to have to pay Jacoby Meyers on a new contract. That's where the Giants need to think, honestly, especially because they have Darius Slayton on the books next year, Wan'Dale Robinson potentially getting a raise as well. So the Giants' wide receiver room about to get more expensive, probably looking to get a cost-controlled asset there potentially in the draft next year.
Agreed. The Dallas Cowboys made a trade this morning, acquiring inside linebacker Logan Wilson from the Cincinnati Bengals. They give up a 7th-round pick. Jerry Jones has kind of hinted that there could be more moves coming for Dallas. Names that I have heard are Bradley Chubb, the pass rusher from the Miami Dolphins, or Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins are entering fire sale mode as they're in a similar position with the Giants, but they've already fired their general manager. They just don't have the quarterback of the future. They've got a veteran signed to a lot of money in Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, and Dallas sitting on some draft capital as well after that Micah Parsons trade, so they may be more apt. Not sure they're going to deal away those extra first-rounders they got unless it's for an impact player, but they may be more apt to get rid of some mid-round picks knowing they're sitting on a couple extra firsts coming up in the next couple years.
We saw the Baltimore Ravens acquire Draymond Jones from the Tennessee Titans late last night. The Titans acquire a 5th-round pick from Baltimore. Jones goes from the Tennessee Titans to the Baltimore Ravens. A solid player. I thought this was a good move for the Ravens. They've been kind of light in the pass rusher department over the past couple of years, and with Lamar Jackson back, they're going to try to make a push here late to get back in the playoffs.
Did want to let people know, we know there you have some super chats that came in. We're going to run through those, just trying to get everyone recapped on some of the recent moves in the NFL, and then we will be sure to hit all of those super chats that came in.
Yes, sir. The Eagles make a big-time move. Jalen Phillips, former first-round pick out of Miami, I believe, is traded from the Miami Dolphins to the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's what you're able to do when you have 3 third-round picks and you're trying to win back-to-back Super Bowls. You can make winning moves. Just think about it like this. The Eagles just won the Super Bowl. They have a bunch of draft picks. And the Giants are nowhere near the Super Bowl, and they're light on draft picks. Just 2 teams on complete opposite sides, and one that's a winning organization every single year trying to win the Super Bowl, and the other that's trying to get outside of the top 10 picks in the NFL draft.
Yep, and one thing the Eagles are good at as well, as much as I hate to say it, is they are always one step ahead. They're either drafting a guy who doesn't need to play right away and they're developing him to potentially let go of a more expensive veteran, or they're drafting depth guys in that back end, those 4th, 5th, 6th round. And in this case, Howie choosing to use those picks instead of getting depth guys next year to beef up the depth for the team this season. So very rarely do you see the Eagles lose a trade or draft a bust. It's not common.
They are in win now mode, and Joe Shane said at his introductory press conference, I want to build a team that can compete for today and win tomorrow. That's what the Eagles do.
Yeah.
They build today and they build to win tomorrow.
Sounds great, but he's doing neither.
Yeah. We're in year 4, and we're not competing or winning. So when the hell is tomorrow in Joe Shane's mind? The Eagles also made another win now move. This one, AC, had Giants fans in a tizzy.
Yeah, and I get it. I get the sentiment. The Giants are desperate in for a corner. You can never have enough good corners in my mind, but if we're looking at the compensation here, I'm not sure how good of a corner you are if you're getting traded for a 6-7 swap. And I guess the Adebo injury, I'm not sure exactly how long he's going to be out, but if it's not long term, he's going to be back quickly. Do you want to give up draft capital for a guy who may not even play in a few weeks on a 2-7 team? I'm not sure. Jair Alexander, his best days are probably behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset the Giants didn't make this trade. If the Ravens are selling that low on a player, I think that kind of tells you what they think about him. And the Giants probably shouldn't be trading for 1-year rentals at the cornerback spot. But the Eagles, they're able to do so. They made another trade.
Yeah.
All they do, trade.
Yeah.
I think I saw they've made 9 trades since the offseason.
Howie does it again?
Yeah. They acquire Michael Carter, the corner from the Jets, and a 7th, while sending a 6th, and John Mechie to the New York Jets. They're thin at that corner spot. They're throwing assets at it to fix it.
Mm-hmm. And, that's it. It's naive, and it's frustrating to have a problem and do nothing. At least credit to the Eagles. They know they're a little weak at corner, and they're trying to fix it. They're throwing a lot at it, a lot of different options.
All right, those are all the trades that have really happened over the last couple of days. We'll roll and catch up on all the Super Chats that have come in. Thank you to everybody that is watching. Thank you to everybody that is supporting this channel. We're going to be live until the trade deadline passes, so buckle it in, strap it in, and let's get ready to talk some trade deadline juice. If you haven't yet, please hit that thumbs up icon. 1,100 people watching, 16 likes, or 26 likes away from 600 likes. Please, if everybody could hit that like button, would really appreciate it. Harwood Sports, my man, $5 super chat. Thank you for supporting this channel as always. Trade deadline day. Let's hope they trade away Neal and Banks today. Andrew Connell, if the Los Angeles Chargers offered you a 7th-round pick for Evan Neal, would you do it?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Where do I sign?
What about if a team like the Indianapolis Colts offered you a 7th-round pick for Deontay Banks?
So, this is where it's, less of a hesitation because, like you said, the Giants need corners, and he's still a guy, you've talked about it on some of our videos in the last day or two, he's a guy that has talent, and the part of you wants to think maybe he still could become a productive player, but I think we're at the point now where we've seen Deontay Banks for now, what is he, 3rd, 4th year player?
3rd, yeah.
He's probably what he's going to become, at least with the New York Giants. So, and clearly they don't think of him as a piece of their future. He wasn't playing before injuries. If they give me a 7th, see it, Deontay Banks.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. He's just not someone I want on my team, and it has really nothing to do with his ability. It has everything to do with his lack of wanting to be a football player. He is soft. He doesn't seem like the brightest guy. Go back to the beginning of the year. They only played him on 3rd downs. That should be a siren going on in everybody's head. Why can he only play on 3rd downs? Well, let's think about this. What do the Giants do on 3rd down? They play man coverage. So he can only play in man coverage. They don't trust him to be on the field on 1st and 2nd down because he can't defend the run. We saw that when Brian Thomas ran through his chest on Sunday. He's not smart enough as a football player to be able to kind of balance of, oh, I have to play zone here, I have to defend the run, I have to play man. So they only put him on the field when they played man coverage, and I promise you, other teams noticed that as well. I think he's got a lousy attitude. I think that he is soft. I think that he is a losing football player. And for that, I would get him out of my locker room and send a message that you want to act like that, you want to be like that, you want to be the opposite of what a New York Giants about, pack your bags and go out of here. I don't even need anything in return. But then there's a voice in the back of my head that says, what about if he can turn it around with the third head coach and the third defensive coordinator and the third DB coach? That voice in the back of my head is, listen to me, it sounds good, but the ship sailed. Deontay Banks is a bust.
Yeah, and getting back to kind of that attitude and his perspective, I believe he was a guy who was benched last year because of a kind of dispute with the coaching staff or a lack of effort.
Yep.
That's concerning. That's a guy makes you think, why did we invest a first-round pick in this guy?
You traded up for him.
Yeah, and
when you trade up for a player, you can't miss.
yeah, and the culture, not really the kind of culture I think that the Giants are. They've quote-unquote been looking to build. Smart, tough, dependable guys you bench for effort, not dependable, not smart. Not
Didn't
tough.
have to trade up to get Joey Porter that draft.
Joe Shane does it again.
Son of an all-time great, knows what it takes to play in the NFL, and you made the wrong move again.
Shout out to Hardwood Sports. We appreciate you. $5 super chat. Every super chat means a lot. Thank you, guys.
I just got a Bleacher Report notification, and I don't even know what this means. Tom Brady revealed that his current dog, Junie, is a clone of his late dog, Lua, who died in 2023. The dogs were cloned by Colossal Bioscientists, a biotech company that Brady is an investor in, using blood collected prior to. What does that mean?
I don't know.
How do you clone a dog?
That sounds like something I don't want to get involved in. That sounds like ghost, like it's a ghost of the dog in the past.
How do you clone a dog? Tom Brady revealed that his current dog is a clone of his prior dead dog. What does that even mean? What a whack job Tom Brady is. When you lose in the Super Bowl twice to Eli Manning, that's what happens. Your GOAT is cloning dogs.
Hey, one of my friends who lives here in Dallas is a part of the crew that's cloning the
Oh, Lord. Jesus.
So trade deadline coverage, everyone. Shout out to Chris coming in with $5. He says, Mark, LFG, Big Blue, assuming G-Men clean house, who would you pick for head coach, OC, and DC?
Yeah, I have kind of just, for my own mental health, have kind of pushed the idea of who is the replacement at this point. I don't know who the replacement is. I just know that the person I'm in a relationship right now is not the right person. I need to know who's available. I need to know, look, a guy that I'm looking at right now is Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks. He's got that offense humming. He's someone that I'm interested in. Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. He's a name that I'm interested in. I got to sit down and really think about it before I put my name and thoughts. I'm going to make a video about it, guys. I promise you. I've been thinking about it for weeks. I can tell you this, Lane Kiffin will not be on it. John Gruden will not be on my official list, and neither will Antonio Pierce. Those are three guys that I do not want any piece of, or Rex Ryan. So Rex Ryan, John Gruden, Lane Kiffin, and who was the other one? Antonio Pierce.
Pete Carroll's been thrown around.
Yeah, Pete Carroll, no deal. I'm not interested in any of those guys, to be quite honest with you.
On that Kubiak thought, though, how about Malik Neighbors playing in that JSN role in that offense? Oh, just gives me chills.
And, I think that Jackson Dart and Sam Darnold have some similar qualities as well. Like to throw the ball downfield. Yeah, I like Kubiak. He's up there for me. I'm not going to say this is who I want yet, but that's kind of where I'm at. So I give you a shit answer. I apologize. I don't know who it is yet. I feel as if I owe you guys more time spent on the topic via research to give you an answer. So that's kind of where I'm at, Chris. I'm sorry if that doesn't feel worth it, but that's just kind of where I'm at. I don't know yet. I just know that the person I'm married to right now at head coach, OC, DC, and specifically general manager, that's the one I'm most convicted in, are not the right people in charge.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think you want to do it. You want to do it right. So he talked about some guys that he's maybe got his eye on that are coordinators, but yeah, we can't really do a full comprehensive list without knowing everyone that's going to be available.
Brandon Brown, it gets a lot of love. I have no interest in hiring Brandon Brown to be the GM. I don't want anyone that's holding a job right now to get an upgrade for the Giants. No one deserves an upgrade. There's been nothing proven that, this guy deserves more decision power. So that's kind of where I'm at. Shout out to you, Chris. Marco Di Natale. What's up, Beast? Trade Banks. Dude stinks. Also trade Neal and Hyatt. Yeah, I would trade just about all of those guys for 7th-round picks. And, man, does that suck.
It's like selling a stock you bought for $100 for pennies when you invested first-round picks in 2 of those guys, and Hyatt in the 3rd you traded up for. I think they gave up a 4th to go all the way up to get him as well. Brutal. Shout out to Marco. Shout out to Calm Soothing Nature Sounds coming in with $5.
I need some of that in my life.
Giants defense played better against the reporters than the 49ers on Sunday. Oh, yeah. Well, that's yeah, they're always ready to go when the questions come in. Obviously, a lot going on this week with Dexter Lawrence, Carl Banks. Kayvon's always got a good answer. Those guys have played in New York. They know they're going to get some tough questions. They're always ready for them. And they've unfortunately been through a lot of losing seasons as well, so they've done this drill before. It's not new to them.
Jay Glazer reporting teams that are being aggressive right now are the Seahawks, Bears, Niners, Cowboys, and Eagles. He also adds Dallas is still working the phones for even more help on defense, too, despite the one trade. We've heard potentially Minkah Fitzpatrick could be a Dallas Cowboy, potentially Bradley Chubb could be a Dallas Cowboy. So teams in the NFC East are trying to get better today. Well, the Giants at 2-7, it appears are not going to do or trying to do or will do. Yeah. Appreciate you, Calm, Soothing Nature Sounds.
Eminence in Shadow, $5. How would you feel about Mike McCarthy for the next head coach? He does not have a good playoff record, but at least his teams win 12 games a season.
I don't think it's the worst idea. I would rather have Mike McCarthy than John Gruden. I would rather have Mike McCarthy than Antonio Pierce. I would rather have Mike McCarthy over Lane Kiffin, but I'm not beating down the doors to go out and hire Mike McCarthy. I think there is something to be said to what you're saying. He does win a lot of regular season games. He did have that Dallas Cowboys offense operating at a really high level. I thought he really helped in the development of Dak Prescott. I'm just looking to fry bigger fish than Mike McCarthy. And I don't say that from a shock sticker value of the head coach. I'm looking for someone better.
Yeah, I mean, if Mike McCarthy was like, well, obviously he's a Super Bowl winning coach, not taking anything away from him. And like you said, there is something to be said about someone who kind of raises the floor of a team. But
what up?
If he was such a hot commodity, he probably would or could have had a job this offseason. So
I don't think it's the worst idea. If I created a list of 10 people, he might be 8, 9, or 10. But he's definitely not my first, second, third, fourth, fifth option who I want. I think he's worth an interview. I'd interview him, see what it is. I would cast a really wide net on the interview process, though. Very wide. Good thought there, bro. Appreciate you.
Gennaro Alfieri, real one coming in with $5, says, I think the Giants need to do absolutely nothing today because his front office can't do anything right. I've been watching for a while. LMK, WYWD.
What?
What would you do? What you would do?
I think the Giants need to do absolutely nothing today because his front office can't. That's hard to give you any pushback on. I understand both sides. Go and get Jackson Dart some help. Don't let Joe Shane make any other moves. It sounds like to me, though, that Joe is going to be back next year. Look, there's 8 more games. A lot can change in 8 games, ladies and gentlemen. You think this is rock bottom. Rock bottom is a lot further down than where the Giants are at right now. It can always get worse. When people say it can't get worse, it can always get worse. So, look, I'd be cool with the Giants making a trade. I'd be a little bit upset if they don't, but that's just the fact that it would be exciting to make a trade. Doesn't make sense, though. Doesn't make sense. That's what you have to figure out. Report coming in from Jordan Schultz. The Bears have been actively trying to acquire a pass rusher before today's trade deadline. If the Bears called you and gave you a first-round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau, would you do it? I'll help you answer this question one step further. Hold on. Right now, the Chicago Bears own the 18th pick in the NFL draft. That can change up or down with games remaining. If the Bears offered you a first-round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau, would you do it? Why for yes and for no?
I want to say no because I like Kayvon and I think he's a good player. But at 18, you may not get a guy right away who's as good as Kayvon Thibodeau. But are you going to pay him what he's going to get in free agency? I have a hard time thinking the Giants are going to do that with Brian Burns already on the roster, Abdul Carter waiting in the wings, Dexter Lawrence making big money. I just think they're more than not likely to get him go. I saw someone in the comments before say that the Giants are going to keep Kayvon today and then let him walk. That would be the worst case thing, especially if there's an offer like a first-round pick on the table.
I think the Giants want to re-sign Kayvon Thibodeau. They've obviously got to find a number that makes sense. You can see that Joe Shane wants to build a strong defensive line. What if I have a hard time saying no to a trade if you're getting a first-round pick for Kayvon?
Yeah, like a top 18, or let's say the Bears are going to get better. Let's say they end up in the playoffs, so top 24 pick. That's
good GMs. Good GMs find starters.
That's
there.
A premium asset, and like it.
And
yes.
you could think about it in 2 ways as well. You're getting a pick, and you're freeing yourself up of potentially $80 million that you're going to give to him.
Mm-hmm. So that's the side you have to look at as well, because there's probably very small likelihood the player you get at 18 is as good as the Kayvon Thibodeau is today.
I would say if you don't, though, it's disappointing. Like, I know that there's a lot of Kayvon Thibodeau fans. I like Kayvon. I don't think he's a great player. Like, for Kayvon being the 5th overall pick, do you think his career has been successful or underwhelming?
I mean, he was in the same draft class as Aiden Hutchinson, picked 3 picks before him.
I think for a 5th overall pick, he's been a little bit underwhelming. You take someone number 5 overall, that's supposed to be an all-pro.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be a gold jacket guy.
I thought he was going to become what Brian Burns is playing like right now. I had high hopes for him when the Giants drafted him. I thought he was going to be an absolute stud. And he's been a good player, especially this season. Has had some good games as well.
Look at Will Anderson. That's what a top 5 pick's supposed to be like.
Yeah. So.
And I'm not trying to shit on Kayvon Thibodeau. I think he's a good player. I think he's a fine player. He's a serviceable player. He's a starting DN in this league. If you created a list, where does Kayvon Thibodeau rank as an edge? If you did a list of the top edges in the NFL, where do you think he is? I don't know the answer. I'm just curious.
He's probably not in the top 20. It's probably somewhere between 20 and 40 maybe. You think he's even that high? He's a guy who has the capability of getting 10-plus sacks in a season. He hasn't done that consistently. But young edge guys are hard to find. Guys who can get sacks are hard to find, and they get paid. And he's going to get a nice contract whenever he reaches free agency, whether it's from the Giants or whether it's from someone else. But is he a guy that teams game plan against?
They block him with receivers.
Yeah, so that's a no. If you're playing the Giants, he's maybe even the fourth guy you're worrying about after Dexter Lawrence, after Abdul Carter, and after Brian Burns. You're going to pay that guy $20, $25 million a year, your fourth best player on defense?
And if he is your fourth best player, I don't think that bodes well for your defense. Look, again, I don't want this to seem like we hate Kayvon Thibodeau. I know Andrew Connell loves Kayvon Thibodeau. I love the idea of what Kayvon Thibodeau can be. I would trade him for a first-round pick. If the Bears called me and said they're giving me a first-round pick, I would do it. I would trust that you could find that talent in round 1 or round 2 and then reallocate that money to help somewhere else on the roster.
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing split answers in the chat as well. And we put out a poll on this, I think, about a week ago or maybe when that first rumor came out that teams were calling about him. And it was like 50-50 as well. People are really, it's kind of a, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, a split decision amongst Giants fans on whether or not you trade Kayvon for a first.
I mean, it's the best case scenario, but Jared Verse, he was picked late in the first round, and he's one of the best defensive players in football already. Like, you should be able to find premier talent in the first round, especially if it is pick 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
I could name a lot of good players picked in that point in the draft. So
I just think there's too many games we leave asking, did Kayvon Thibodeau play football today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not I'd go short of calling him a game changer. I think he has the ability to be one.
I agree with
that.
But
he's not consistently one.
Oh, my God. The Jets are trading Sauce Gardner to the Colts. Holy shit. Blockbuster trade. The New York Jets are trading Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts. The first blockbuster trade of the day. Sauce Gardner traded to the Indianapolis Colts after he just signed a wild contract this offseason. Wow. What do you think the draft pick going back is?
I think it's a first. It's probably a first-round pick for Sauce.
I would guess a second and a fifth.
Second and a fifth.
I'm going to guess a second and a fifth. Sauce trade L3. You could push that across. L3 is in. The first blockbuster trade of the day. The Indianapolis Colts are going for it.
Wow. And I'm from New York. I know a lot of Jets fans.
They got to be upset. Well, how do you think they're feeling?
I don't think they're feeling good. They love Sauce Gardner, man. I know he's maybe not having the year and stuff that he thought he was going to have, and he's not maybe taking that leap after those first 2 seasons. But this guy's an all-pro level talent corner.
He was his rookie year. I feel like it's kind of going down a little bit, but they just pulled the...
I mean, he's young. This is a guy you should be building around. And obviously, new regime, maybe not the biggest Sauce Gardner fans. They don't want to have him as a blockbuster player on their team. But
I'm going to guess second and a fifth is what the Jets are getting back. I have a hard... I don't know. Like, it could be a first. I'm not going to be shocked.
Pick. Yeah, I mean...
They didn't want Deonte Banks?
Yeah, Deonte Banks and a 7th. Don't give us anything. We'll just want him off the team. As our Houston Texans host Jeremy Chugs, not happy about the Colts getting a corner.
Colts and Jags got better today. Mr. Rick says, I wanted Sauce in the draft. You just know football. football. And Mrs. Rick, she knows football. She wanted the Giants to get
you think if
Bo Nix.
if Sauce made it to the 5th pick, Giants would have taken him?
Oh, was that the Kayvon draft?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I think that they wanted an edge. Sauce Gardner tweeted out 6 minutes ago, New York, it's been real. So we missed that.
Wow. Well, are the Jets done? Wow.
2 first-round picks.
Holy cow.
2 first-round picks. Who had that? Adam Schefter, the Colts are trading 2 first-round picks to the Jets for Sauce Gardner. Jets can't say no to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's – the Jets know they're probably 2 years away from being 2 years away.
Wow. Who wins the trade? Type C for the Colts. Type J for the Jets. The first shocker of the day, as we are still 3+ hours away from the deadline. The New York Jets acquire 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner.
Wow, we might be in for a hell of a day. I didn't. This was something
Not
I
on
didn't
my
see
bingo
coming.
card.
Now we have the NFL trade deadline. Remember when the NBA trade deadline used to be like nuts? I feel like nothing happens at the NBA trade deadline now, and now we got the NFL trade deadline. We got blockbuster trades going down. We getting
Rashid Shaheed to the Seahawks. Here we go. The Saints are sending wide receiver Rashid Shaheed to the Seahawks. And I love that move for them. Sam Darnold is the best deep ball quarterback in the National Football League, and they add a player that can take the top off.
Absolutely, and I mean, teams can't really just sit back and guard against that because otherwise JSN's just going to carve out the middle of your defense. He's doing it anyway, and now you had a deep threat really going to create a problem for defenses that have to play against Seattle.
I wonder what the compensation is there. Kubiak, the offensive coordinator for Seattle, comes from the New Orleans Saints last year. So a reunion in that aspect. I'm going to say they gave up a 4th-round pick would be my guess. A 4th-round pick.
Yeah, a guy that's a free agent at the end of the year, so technically a rental piece, although obviously I'm sure the Seahawks will be interested in re-signing him should he have a good year.
Some dominoes starting to fall. The Seattle Seahawks acquire a speedy wide receiver. I watched every moment of that game. What was that, Sunday night?
Sunday
night?
Yeah.
They looked good, man.
They dominated Washington. It was not close. Yeah, they're playing great ball. Sam Darnold playing great. Seattle looking like a real contender in the NFC, and now they get a little bit stronger with the addition of Rashid Shaheed.
I can't get over the Sauce Gardner trade. 2 first-round picks.
That's a haul. That's a haul for Sauce. And he's on that big contract as well. It's not like you're getting a guy. But we saw that's what obviously Micah Parsons went for. That seems to be the going rate for star players, even if they're at the top of the market price-wise. So Rashid Shaheed has been traded. Details still to be announced on that one. But we'll revisit this Sauce Gardner trade. Now, does this elevate the Colts and that AFC to that top tier? I mean,
they got to think it does.
Yeah.
Wow. Colts are going all in. Sauce Gardner from the Jets to the Colts. Still waiting on the compensation for Rashid Shaheed. I'm curious what that is. Some big-time moves going around across the NFL. Had a couple of super chats rolling. Let's go to Trade Top. You can sit on this one, and you can go back and forth between the Shaheed one. And let's check out some of these super chats that are coming in as people are donating to the show, which we really, really appreciate. Shout out to y'all. We want to show love to the people that show love to us. That's our number one goal.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second to get those up and ready to go. We appreciate you guys. Everything means a lot to us.
Wow. Unreal. Rashid Shaheed to the Seahawks. I forgot you can't watch ESPN on YouTube TV. Nice job, guys. So we're watching Good Morning Football, not even break it down. They're talking about a Charger, Manti Te'o, wearing an elbow brace, and Ahmad Sauce Gardner just got traded. What a shit show. Maybe this is recorded. I don't know. Let's go. Michael Champlin, my man. Shout out to you. Says, speaking of wings, blue cheese or ranch? It's ranch all day.
I don't like either, so
You don't?
I'm not going to – it's a no comment for me. Not a fan of either. I just go right into it. Don't mess around. Right onto the wing.
Shout out to you, champ. Woo! Bat, baby. $5 super chat. How can you look at all of Joe's draft picks, signings, and trades and say, yeah, that's a guy who is good at his job and should keep it? It's a great question. That's a great question. Andrew Connell, if you were Joe Shane's agent, what would you say for him to keep his job?
I would say that I would hammer home how just much better I don't know if I agree with this, but just how bad things got under Dave Gettleman. And I would talk a lot about Brian Burns if I were his agent and how you swung that trade for only a second. I think it was a second and a fifth they gave to Carolina for that. And I would talk about Jackson Dart a lot, even though we don't know whether or not Joe Shane actually wanted to draft Jackson Dart. And I'd talk about Malik Neighbors, Cam Scadaboo. I would just talk about all the Giants' best players that he brought in. You can't claim Dexter Lawrence, can't claim Andrew Thomas, but those guys he's technically responsible for bringing in.
Yeah, you didn't sell me very much.
I'm sorry. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm not an agent. We may need a Willie Finns to represent Joe Shane.
I just like all that sounds good, but you've been 2-7 3 years in a row.
Yeah, it's hard to argue around that. I guess they can say that was it last year they were really bad in one-score games. So maybe they're right there. I think that was part of the reason why he did come back. And then
in 2022 it was they needed to get a receiver for Daniel Jones.
Uh-huh.
Then in 2023 Daniel Jones got hurt. Then in 2024
Daniel
it was
Jones sucks.
Andrew Thomas got hurt. So if we need a quarterback, the only reason we weren't good in 2024 was the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you have the quarterback, you have the left tackle, and you're still not good.
Yeah, it's that. And they were competitive. They've been competitive.
Oh, yeah, they compete in
They should have been.
games.
They should have beat the Broncos. They should have beat the Cowboys. Like they beat the Eagles. I think that maybe that's it. And you said that there was a report that maybe they're leaning towards keeping Shane and firing Dable. I'm sure he's looking at, wow, look at this team can compete with games. We're just not finishing games on the field. I'm sure he's hammering home the fact that it's an on-the-field thing and not a roster thing, which they're not good enough on the field, but the roster could be better as well.
If the New York Jets are in sell mode,
I saw someone in the chat say Garrett Wilson, go snag Garrett Wilson.
I would trade 2 2s for Garrett Wilson. I would trade 2 2s for Garrett Wilson. Now, is he available? I don't know.
Question is, would there be a receiver-needy team who's maybe closer to contention willing to go up a first for Garrett Wilson?
It's a good point. Wow. So it's a 2026 and a 2027 and a player. A player is going back to the Jets for Sauce Gardner as well. The Colts are sending first-round picks in 2026 and 2027, plus a player to the Jets.
Is this like MLB
They're trading
player
Daniel
to be named
Jones
later, or is it?
I think they're trading Daniel Jones. After he had 5 turnovers last week. Really good quarterback.
They saw that and they said, this is it. This is the year. We're going all in.
Unreal. Shout out to you, Woo. Michael Champlin, Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate is going to look so good in Giants blue. Yeah, I think both those guys are going to be studs. I have a hard time penciling in the Giants drafting a receiver in round 1, not because I don't think it's a good idea, but I just kind of want to wait to see who else is on the board. I am in full belief the Giants should just take the best football player available, no matter the position.
Yeah, I think that's hard to argue when you look at the Giants roster. They're not one player away from being a top NFL team or a contender. Certain positions they may need more than others, but when you get into the business of forcing a draft pick at a certain position, that's when you start reaching and that's when you start missing on draft picks. So watch some college football. Those guys are 2 good receivers.
Carnell Tate's a dog. Tyson's a dog. It's not me saying they're not dogs, but hey, man, like if there's a future Hall of Fame defensive tackle there, I might take that guy.
Giants could use help at pretty much every position. Other than maybe quarterback, if Dart's the guy, it's hard to argue. There's not one position where the Giants, maybe pass rusher, maybe you don't draft another pass rusher, but other than that, Giants could use help anywhere. Shout out to you, Michael Champlin. We appreciate you. We got our guy, Big Blue, coming in with $2, says, I like Cliff Kingsbury as the replacement at head coach.
He's on my list. He's close to the top of my list. I need to do a lot more research and more thought and all that goes into it. But, yeah, if you're putting a list together of potential head coach replacements for Brian Daboll, you have to have Kingsbury on there.
Yeah, I mean, look at the work he's done last year with the Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels, obviously. Commanders struggling a little bit this year, but
I totally misread that. I thought it said Clint Kubiak. Kingsbury, I personally would not have him on my list. I just kind of initially thought that said Clint Kubiak. Clint Kubiak, 2 Ks.
I would bring Kingsbury in for an interview.
I don't hate that.
But like you have to look at what the Commanders did last year. You wouldn't look at that roster on offensively and say it was loaded. Obviously, Jaden Daniels played well, but the game plan that they had, they knew what they had. They worked with it. I was at the game against the Giants week 2 last year. They managed to move the ball down the field every single time, didn't turn the ball over. So he obviously knows how to coach. Getting the most out of Jaden Daniels last year. Obviously, they're struggling a little bit this year, but
I think he's just an OC and a good OC.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Some people are head coaches. Some people are good offensive coordinators. Appreciate you, brother. Seth, what up, man? Keep Shane. Go get Lane Kiffin this offseason. Trade Okereke. He is inconsistent. Trade Wandale and go get a guy like Mooney. Trade Dexter Lawrence. A lot to unpack there.
I can tell you Mooney is on one of my fantasy teams. Not having a hot season so far. Great last year. Not having that great of a season right now.
A.D. Mitchell to the Jets. So it's 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell to the Jets for Sauce Gardner.
So
wow.
Jets get another wide receiver. They've kind of needed another guy outside of Garrett Wilson. A.D. Mitchell, I think, kind of fell out of favor a little bit after he had that fumble drop on that touchdown earlier in the season, or should have been touchdown earlier in the season. It's a nice that's a nice pickup.
I would like to see the Giants go after him.
That's a nice haul. Get a maybe long-term wide receiver 2 next to Garrett Wilson and 2 firsts. Wow. I have to. That has to be just the Colts calling the Jets saying, "Hey, we want Sauce," and the Jets being like, "We like Sauce," and the Colts saying, "What about if we give you this?" Can't imagine the Jets were shopping Sauce Gardner.
So I'll just go bit by bit here, Seth. Keep Shane. I disagree. I think you should fire him. Go get Lane Kiffin. I have no interest in Lane Kiffin. Trade Okereke. No one's giving you anything for Okereke. If they are, you 100% trade him. I'm cutting him at the end of the year. Trade Wandale Robinson. I think you need to keep him for the rest of the year so Jackson Dart can stay afloat. I have no interest in re-signing Wan'Dale. I just think, and that's not because I don't think Wan'Dale isn't a good football player. I do think he is a good football player. He's not the receiver I want on this team next to Jackson Dart. I want a bigger slot receiver that at least gives you something in a contested catch situation. And we've seen it. Jackson Dart operates over the middle of the field. Wan'Dale Robinson doesn't really do that. I'm not saying Wan'Dale's a bad player. I think he's actually a solid player. He just doesn't fit my ideal offense around Jackson Dart. For Mooney, you could do better than that. He's worth a lot of money. And for Trey Dexter Lawrence, if a team wants to give you 2 first-round picks, I would do it. And that's probably that's the most I would do it. I know I said I'd do it for one first on game day. That was Marsh game day. 2 first-round picks is where I draw the line.
I'll give you a little bit of a hypothetical here on Wan'Dale. Obviously, it's not possible because Slayton's already on that contract. But if you didn't have Darius Slayton making $12 million, would you bring Wan'Dale back for $12 million a year?
Who's my wide receiver 2?
I don't know. Is that wide receiver 2 money, Wan'Dale? Maybe they're adding a wide receiver in the draft.
I can't pay a wide receiver 3 $13 million.
Okay, so no on Wan'Dale. I don't. It'll be interesting to see what he gets because he's having probably one of his better seasons.
Yeah, he's on pace for 1,000 yards. I kind of look at it though like Kevin Love on the Timberwolves. Good stats, bad team.
Yeah.
Someone has to do it.
Empty stats.
And I don't mean that in the sense of Wan'Dale's a bad player. Again, I think Wan'Dale's a fine player, not worthy of a second-round pick. I think he's a good wide receiver 3. Are you giving him the Khalil Shakir contract of $16 million? I'm sure he's looking at that trying to get it. He's just too limited of a player for me. Mm-hmm. Jackson Dart wants to throw the ball downfield. Jackson Dart throws the ball in a tight coverage. Jackson Dart works out of the scramble drill. Those are 3 things Wan'Dale just does not do at a high level, and I'm trying to maximize my quarterback with the weapons around him. I don't think Wan'Dale maximizes Jackson Dart.
There you go. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, he's a guy who was brought in before Dart was here. And if he doesn't fit the roster, the Giants should be doing everything they can to make Jackson Dart and the Jackson Dart Giants the best team they possibly can.
Like, are you going to give him $13 million and you're going to have Slayton on $13 million? You're going to have Wan'Dale on $13 million. You would have the 2 worst receivers being paid $26 million per year.
And if Malik Neighbors comes back healthy, he's going to be in a year or 2 due for a monster extension as well. So that wide receiver room is about to get expensive real quick.
Unreal, man. So, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at on all those. Appreciate you, Seth. Thank you for the love, bro. Thank you.
Shout out to Llama coming in with a $5 super chat. Says, Marsh, if we can draft Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate, clean house, sign/draft O-line help, get a competent D coordinator, do you think we can be good?
Yeah, if you could fix all your needs this offseason, absolutely. I think it could be better. I don't want Giants fans to think, though, we're one move away. No, you need help at defensive tackle. You need help at inside linebacker. You need another starting safety. It cannot be Tyler Nubin. You need 2 more corners on this team that can contribute. You need a right guard of the future. Greg Van Roten cannot be that guy. You need a wide receiver 2 and a wide receiver 3. And maybe Wan'Dale's one of those guys. Maybe he's not. Like, you still have a long way to go. The Giants were never 1 player away last year. They're not 1 player, 1 move away this year. You can't be 1 player / 1 move away when you are 2-7 3 years in a row. It's easy to fall into that trap. Oh, we got talent. We got this. Well, no, 1 player doesn't flip the script 8 wins. There's a lot that needs to be done. You need a better head coach. You need a better offensive coordinator. You need a better defensive coordinator. You need a right guard of the future. What are you going to do at right tackle in Jermaine Illuminor? You need multiple more playmakers on this offense at wide receiver. You might need a new tight end, too, with Daniel Bellinger in free agency. You need someone to replace Bobby Okereke. You need an every down defensive tackle on this team. You need a new starting safety next to Javon Holland. It cannot be Tyler Nubin. You need another corner opposite of Paulson Adebo. There's a lot more this team needs. Do you get it all done in one offseason? I don't know. As the details are in a 4th and a 5th for Rashid Shaheed, that's too rich for my blood if I'm the Giants.
Yeah, a little more than Jacoby Meyers as well, who went for a 4th and a 6th, both impending free agents. So that's what the league said. That's what Seahawks are willing to give up for Rashid Shaheed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with the Giants sitting out the rental free agent wide receiver market unless it's for pennies.
Notice the teams that are making the rental trades.
Yeah.
Jags trying to win the division. The Seahawks trying to go and win the Super Bowl. I don't like trading for players that are going to be free agents.
I like and like outside the Giants, we're talking about just the NFL here. I like teams going for it, man. Like these guys know they're having a good season. Like let's not like sit and like build or try and like maybe win the Super Bowl 5 years from now. We're in it. You never know when you're going to be healthy. You never know when you're going to have a good season. Let's go and let's try and win it this year. God, I wish the Giants were in that spot.
Even when they were, they didn't do anything in 2022. Brutal. Fade Lex, what up? Appreciate the $5 super chat. What do you think about Bill Belichick? Do you think he will leave North Carolina? If so, do you think the Giants will go after him? Do you want him? What do I think about Bill Belichick? I think he's the best coach ever. I think he's the best defensive coach ever. I think that's well behind him at this point. He clearly has different things in his life going on, and even Bill Belichick will tell you to be great at football at any level, you need to be 100% invested, and he is just not that. Will he leave North Carolina? North Carolina might want to fire him. That's kind of more where it's at this point. And do I think the Giants will go after him? Look, John Mara loves Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick loves the Giants. Do I think it'd be the craziest thing in the world if the Giants even tried to maybe bring back Bill Belichick and like
advisory role?
Literally an advisory role. No, I don't. I have stated I think the Giants need to hire a president of football operations to lead the GM search and the head coach search. I don't even know if I want that to be Bill Belichick, considering how he's not been able to crush it in the NFL draft.
Yeah, Bill the GM is not as good as Bill the head coach. He's missed on quite a few guys in his day. I don't. If you asked me this a few years ago, I would have been all for the Giants bringing in Bill Belichick as the head coach.
I agree.
But right now, and then especially with Jackson Dart as well, you want to kind of pair him more than likely not with an offensive guy. You don't want to have, like when you have a franchise quarterback, you don't want to be cycling through coordinators. If there's a good offensive coordinator who goes and gets a head coaching job elsewhere, you want that long-term marriage between head coach and quarterback. So shout out to you, Fade Lex. We appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Real one. Michael Champlin coming in with trade James Hudson.
Ain't nobody trading for James Hudson. Maybe Joe Shane would, but
he thought he signed him.
Yep. Gave him a solid contract as well for a swing tackle. Can't even dress on game days now.
Yeah, I don't want to. After what happened in that Dallas game, I don't think I want him on the field ever again anyway. So that was tough to watch.
Not great. G-Man 2-4. Bowen's still on my team. SMH Myra does not care. It's really hard to justify Shane Bowen still having a job. In the last 9 quarters, the Giants have given up 105 points and over 1,100 yards of offense. In 9 quarters, 105 points and over 1,100 yards of offense. That's like really hard to do. Like it's actually impressive how bad that is. But according to Brian Dable, everyone's got to be better. So there we go.
Cole Zuckerman coming in with 5 says, I think you get Dart a wide receiver solely for his development. I can't watch Slayton drop another perfect ball.
Yeah, no, you never should have re-signed him. You paid a wide receiver $36 million, 24, I believe, of it guaranteed to a wide receiver who has a problem catching the football. Like, say it out loud. We paid a wide receiver big money who has a problem catching the football.
Unreal.
Makes my head hurt. It makes my head hurt. And another thing on Wandale, I don't want to pile on. He drops some easy passes. I know we forget about it. What about the drop against the Denver Broncos on a slant that hits him in the chest? He's lucky that ball landed in Theo Johnson's hands and not a defender's hands.
Yeah, no one talks about it because the play ended well. But, yeah, you got to catch that.
If you're going to be a short, limited slot receiver, you can't drop the football.
Yeah, your hands have to be sticky. You have to be able to catch everything. So
your catch radius is already small, and that's not anything he can control. I just think he's limited, and I don't want like think about it like this: if you're going to pay him $13 to $15 million, whatever the market is, right? That means that hopefully this never happens again. You should feel comfortable with him being a wide receiver 1 for a game or 2 if Malik Neighbors goes down.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen that's not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, the Giants' offense has been able to score some points, but it's not necessarily been Wandale, been the driving force behind that. So, yeah, I mean, listen, the Giants need to shake a lot of things up to try and get better because what they're doing right now is just
Wandale is at the bottom of
working.
the list. The reason I just keep bringing it up because he is a free agent at the end of the year, and you do have to make a decision on him.
100%. Shout out to you, Cole. We appreciate it. You're a real one. K. Brown coming in with 10 says, you have to think the Giants will be sellers today and draft either Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate in the first round, even though Dart needs help now.
Doesn't it also kind of – and look, wide receivers are the easiest players to evaluate. They are the easiest players and the most – they are the star players of the NBA and the NFL. How many people have we sent in super chats today saying Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate?
A few, quite a few.
So what does that say about Wandale Robinson and Darius Slayton? So you have Wandale and you have Slayton, and you want to draft another player in the first round at receiver. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but you have a first round in Neighbors, you have a first round receiver, you have a second round in Robinson, and $12 million for Darius Slayton. You shouldn't be needing to draft another receiver in the first round if Wandale Robinson was that good, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's. This is nothing I've heard anything about, but I've seen teams do this with other players. Hypothetically, if the Giants would pay off most of or all of Darius Slayton's contract and they get some draft pick compensation in return, would you do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So just get him off the team, even though it's going to tie up your books. You can get another draft pick, get another young, cheap player. I can't imagine it would be too high, seeing what some of these better receivers than Darius Slayton are getting right now, fetching in the trade market. But an interesting proposition that maybe the Giants will consider.
Appreciate you, Kay. Shout out to you, Joseph. $20 super chat. Thank you for being here. Mars, would you trade Kayvon to the Dolphins and a 4th-round pick, and we get Waddle, considering they just lost Phillips? Kayvon and a 4th for Waddle? Absolutely. I do that in a heartbeat. I mean, the Dolphins say hell no. Yeah, I think that they say hell no to that. Creative idea. I like it. I guess I'll say that they would probably want a 2nd-round pick in Thibodeau. That's one thing we do as fans. Any fan base. I cover the Knicks here as well. It's the same thing. We overrate our players as fans.
Yeah.
Just like they overrate their players as fans.
It's hard not to when you watch a guy, and especially if you're talking about trading a good player, like a guy you don't want to get rid of. The team's talking about getting rid of him because maybe they're out of contention or a guy's going to be a free agent or he's going to make too much money. You have that attachment to the guy. You think he's worth more than another team thinks he's worth. So there's very few players that other teams would be willing to give up maybe fair compensation for it. Listen, it's like if you try and make a trade with your buddy in fantasy, he's not going to want to do it unless it's good for him, and you're not going to want to do it unless it's good for you. And anytime you're talking with a fan of another team, you're always going to have disagreements about the value of certain guys.
Sal White says, Marshall, you talking crazy right now. He's the only wide receiver on your team that gets catches and more yards after the catch. Okay, and how good is the Giants receiver room with him as the wide receiver 1 right now? How good was it with him as the wide receiver 3 next to Malik Neighbors? Look, I don't think Wandale Robinson's a bad football player. I think he's a solid football player. He's not what I want in the slot receiver next to Jackson Dart. And I don't really know how you can necessarily argue that. Someone has to catch the football. Someone's got to get force-fed targets. I don't know. I cannot pay him 3 years, $45 million. I can't do it. I can't. It's the Darius Slayton thing all over again. Like a guy that racks up yards, racks up catches on a bad offense. And he's limited. Darius Slayton can't catch the football. Wandale is 5'8". he was so good, we wouldn't have every single person saying draft Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson in round 1. So then you want to have a round 1 receiver, a round 1 receiver, and a $13 million slot receiver.
Round
and,
2.
Round 2, and a $16 million cap hit for Darius Slayton next year. When you have players that are part of a losing team, you let them go. You let them go.
Yeah, I think when you have a losing team in any sport, you look at what role that guy is playing on that team, and you think it's probably too much for him. Like, Wan'Dale Robinson is a number 2 receiver on what the Giants are our bottom 5 record-wise team in the league. Maybe he's not a good enough number 2 receiver. Maybe he's actually a number 3. And you could say that about most guys on any losing team. They're probably playing roles that are where you're asking too much of them for their talent level.
The Bears are trading for Browns pass rusher Joe Tyron Shoyinka. I don't know much about him, to be honest with you, but the Bears.
I think a former late first-round pick.
He was the Bears were reportedly shopping for a pass rusher, and they go and get one. So there you have it. There you have it. Shout out to y'all, 1,900 people watching. If you could, please hit that thumbs up icon. We're 250 likes away from 1,000 likes. If we could get there right now, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Do we want to tell them about Prize Picks?
Yeah, let's go ahead and tell them about the great deal we have going on with Prize Picks.
Shout out to Prize Picks, a sponsor here on New York Giants Now by Chat Sports, America's #1 fantasy sports app. And we've got an awesome deal. When you download the app and use code CLNS, you get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's fun. Most importantly, it's easy to play. All you do is create a lineup of 2 to 6 players, and you select more or less on their projected stat line for Prize Picks. The more players you have on your lineup, the higher the payout can be. You can win up to 2,000 times your money. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. This is a 3-pick power play, $5 to win $55. I took the more on the pass completions for Bo Nix. I'm taking the more on the receiving yards, for Ashton Genty, and I'm taking the more on 6.5 receptions for Brock Bowers. Download the app today. Use the promo code CLNS. Play your first $5 lineup and get $50 in lineups. Once you do, you don't even have to win your first lineup. I do want to let everybody know we are going to open up a 50-50 raffle here on today's show. We do this for Giants game days as well. We're going to be doing a jersey raffle and a 50-50 raffle as well. $20 Venmo or Cash App to enter. Every time you enter, you get a ticket. You can enter as many times as you want. You'll have a chance to win some money and a chance to win a Giants jersey of your choice. We've given away over $2,000 before. We gave over $900 away on Sunday. It's all about how much you guys want to increase the pot and the take-home for the real ones. We want to show some love to y'all and give you a reason to watch so you can go home with something as well. $20 Venmo or $20 Cash App. Again, you can enter as many times as you want. You also get entered into the jersey raffle as well.
Shout out to you guys. You guys are real ones. We'll catch up on the rest of those super chats as well. We appreciate you guys being patient. A lot of news coming in, reacting to everything, talking about the Giants. Shout out to you guys. We do have over 1,600 people in here, only at 866 likes. Let's try and get to 1,000 likes. We appreciate you guys. Try and get us to 1,000 likes. Get more people in here, more people to talk, chop it up about the Giants, all the trades going down today. Already some big ones. So,
Eric Cruz, I think you meant to join, but it says you requested. I know that you wouldn't do that. but I'm going to decline your request of $20. I think you may have pressed the wrong button, but I don't know. Shout out to you, Eric. Always supported the show. Let's go, let's go. Marco Di Natale says, anyone impressing you at receiver in the draft? I haven't even looked at draft guys, to be honest with you. I've been so locked in on this football team. It's November. I can't even bring myself to start draft stuff. That is the most depressing thing in the world. November, and we're talking about the draft.
Yeah.
I just can't do it right now.
Did want to hit on that trade. I guess they said Chicago was in the market for an edge rusher. They add Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I don't think that takes them out of the Kayvon Thibodeau market. I think if they wanted Kayvon Thibodeau, they'd still go and get him. But yeah.
Shout out to Eric Cruz. He did send in a $20 cash app, so we got our first duck on the pond. Shout out to you, Eric. We appreciate you, man. Thank you. Eric says wrong button, Marsh. Sorry. You're good, bro. I know what it is. You're a real one. You've been showing love to me. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this channel. Gates fam, watch Dable take Patuo's spot in Philly next year. If your fear is that Brian Dable's going to go be a good offensive coordinator elsewhere and that's why you're not going to fire him, again, you're operating the wrong way as a franchise.
Yeah. That is, I feel like, something that just would happen to the Giants. So,
I think he coached Jalen Hurts in college in
yeah,
Alabama.
they already have an existing relationship. I don't think there was any bad blood between Saquon and Dable as well. I think Saquon's beef was more with the Giants front office. So, yeah, I don't think that's an impossible thought, Gates fam.
Go ahead.
Mr. Music 77 comes in with 5 and says, do you think Dart can be Rookie of the Year?
I do.
Would you keep Dable not as a head coach but only as a QB coach or maybe OC?
No. He's either the head coach or he's out. He's out.
Yeah, I mean, think about it from this way. If you had your job and they told you, we're going to fire you from your job, but we're going to give you a lower level job at the same company, would you want to do that? I don't think many people would say yes to that.
Steven, I got you in the 50-50 raffle 2 times, brother. And James McGrath, I got you in there as well. Shout out to James, Steven, and Eric Cruz. And I think someone else just entered as well. Anna, you are in the 50-50 raffle as well. So already $50 up for grabs in the 50-50 raffle. $20 Cash App, $20 Venmo can get you in. It also gets you a chance to win a jersey. We're running 2 raffles on today's show. Look, I do think Dart can be the Rookie of the Year. I actually think he's the favorite to be the Rookie of the Year at this point. Walter Greco, you're in the 50-50 raffle. Thank you for supporting the show, my man. Look, I've said it time and time again. I like Brian Dable as a guy. I love to crush beers with Dable and chop it up. I like the type of person he is. I love the intensity he brings to the sideline. I love all that. But I don't love losing games, and they just lose too many games, man. You're not supposed to be 2-7 in year 4 of a regime. You're just not. You're just not. Just like it's that simple to me. You're not supposed to be 2-7 in year 4.
And again, to put it in this perspective again, like if you did a job for 4 years and you didn't get better at your job, you think you'd still keep your job? Probably not. Your boss would be like, why did you not get better? Why are you still
And it's
bad
not
at
like
your job?
And I understand they took over a team that salary cap books were in a terrible spot. This wasn't a tear down roster. And the way that's proven is they went to the playoffs with that roster and won a playoff game that first year.
Yeah, it's there were some good players, and we've seen good players from that team leave, go elsewhere, and remain good players. And like, I get wanting to bring your own guys in. Like, I get that. Every team, when a new GM takes over, they're going to get rid of most of the guys that are there, and they're going to bring in their own guys because they want to do it with the guys they picked and whatnot. But also, you have to have some recognition and realize if there's good football players, you probably should hold on to them.
Like, you had Dexter Lawrence already. You had Leonard Williams already. You had James Bradbury, who was really good already. You had
McKinney.
Xavier McKinney already. You had Andrew Thomas already. You had Saquon Barkley already. There was talent when they took this. Andrew Thomas, I don't know if I already said that.
Yeah.
It wasn't a tear-down job. And
Julian Love.
And, like, if it was a tear-down job where there was no talent on the roster, then maybe I could accept 2-7 in year 4. But even then, that's a stretch. You control a football team for 4 years. You run into adding talent. Like, especially when you pick inside the top 10 like the New York Giants have done 3 times, right?
Yeah.
Neal, Thibodeau, Carter, and Neighbors. That's 4 times.
Yeah, and like Joe Shane was gifted, obviously salary cap wise, not a great position, but he entered his first season with 2 top 10 picks. And
to only walk away with Kayvon Thibodeau out of that. And look, I don't want to shit on Kayvon Thibodeau. I think he's a serviceable player in this league. He is a top third. There's 2 edges per team. There's 32 teams. He's a starting NFL edge in this league. He's not a game wrecker. And when you pick a D end at 5, they got to be a game wrecker, man.
absolutely. So, shout out to you, Mr. Music. Appreciate your support. Appreciate everyone who super chatted. We know we're a little behind. We're getting to them as soon as we can. We appreciate you guys. But you guys are coming in with great stuff, man. We're just getting caught up talking about it. So thank you guys for bearing with us.
McNasty, you're in the 50-50 raffle again. My bad, dog. I love that, McNasty. Kevin Denmark, you are in the 50-50 raffle as well. So we got 8 people on the pond so far. Already $80 up for grabs. And all those entries will get you into a jersey raffle as well.
Shout out to our guy Truckin' Crazy Outlaw Gaming. $1 super chat. We appreciate your support, man.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the show. Thank you.
Thomas coming in with 5 says, hypothetically speaking, would you trade Dart for Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, or Lamar?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to. Well, all right, so I think, yes, those guys are obviously all better than Jackson Dart. But you think about it from the angle of if you put one of those guys on this team, are they still good enough as a team? Like, are they enough to bring the Giants to the level they want to be?
If I could have Patrick Mahomes and Malik Neighbors, I think you have a shot to win the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah, that's
you have
true.
Josh Allen and Malik Neighbors, I think you have a shot to win the Super Bowl. If you have Joe Burrow and Malik Neighbors, you have a shot to get to the Super Bowl. He did that with Jamar Chase. Lamar Jackson is a multi-time MVP. Look, the hope is that Jackson Dart can be one of those guys. I don't know, maybe I'm off put, but yeah, I would trade Jackson Dart for them, and I love Jackson Dart, and is the chat in disagreement? I don't know. Are you in disagreement? It's okay if you are.
I think yes. Obviously, on the surface, it's yes. But you have to look at it from I'm just trying to think out loud here from a perspective of, do these guys still make the Giants good enough to win a Super Bowl? Probably, but we just talked about all the holes the Giants have on their roster. And then also the cost perspective.
Go look at that Bills roster.
Yeah. So I'd say yes, but I just think
Joe Burrow dragged the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
But let's see what the chat's saying. I think the chat's not really too much in agreement with that.
Look, everyone's got the right to their opinion, but yeah, I would trade Jackson Dart for Pat Mahomes.
I think I'd do it.
I would trade Jackson Dart for Josh Allen. Yes, I would trade Jackson Dart for Lamar Jackson. The only one I give a second of pause to is Joe Burrow, and that's only because of injuries. And even then, yeah, I'm still doing it.
So, yeah, I think the Giants would have to do that as well. But I don't know. Interesting proposition. Shout out to Thomas. We appreciate your super chat, brother. We got Brian Brown coming in with $2. Says Tibbs in a 4th for DJ Moore in a 3rd.
I think it would be DJ Moore and a third for Tibbs. I don't think you would have to add a fourth. I think it'd be Moore and a third for Thibodeau. And I kind of lean towards
Moore and a
that.
third. Yeah. Pick up a draft pick, kind of switch Kayvon into a position you maybe have a bigger need at instead of edge rusher, and you still pick up an extra draft pick, which the Giants are without a third this year because of the Jackson Dart trade. So,
Brandon Rivera, we got you in the 50-50 raffle. Appreciate you, brother. Carlos, what up, my man?
I think if Shane does not make a trade, he has told Mara not to do anything because of job security. If he makes a trade, he is coming back.
I think if Shane does not make a trade, he is told by Mara. Yeah, you could say. I don't think that's off base. Yeah. If you're not allowing your GM to make a move at the trade deadline, why don't you just fire him though?
Yeah, that should tell you everything you need to know. Shout out to you guys. Wanted to update you on the 50-50. Pot's up now to $90. You can Venmo or Cash App Marshall to get into that. And entering into that also enters you into a jersey raffle if you'd like. We'll run 2 duck races whenever the end of this stream happens. And, yeah, easy to get in. Venmo or Cash App Marsh.
Shout out to everybody in the building. Paul, you are in the 50-50 raffle. Salute to you, Paul. Dubs. Would you trade a 5th-round pick for a guy like Jerry Jeudy or Romeo Doubs? For Dobbs, yes. Jeudy, no.
Jerry Jeudy.
Can't catch a football.
Yeah, not having. He misses Jameis Winston. Maybe the Giants try and reunite the two of them. But he put up some good stats with them last year.
He is only 26 years old, Jerry Jeudy. That's younger than I thought initially.
He's on a like $15-16 million a year contract, I believe.
I really like Dobbs. I have for a while.
Packers got a kind of interesting wide receiver room. They got a lot of guys in there, but not really a true number one.
They got a lot of twos.
Yeah, and now they just.
I really like Jaden Reed. He's got to be coming back soon, right?
They just lost Tucker Kraft as well for the year, so. Yeah, I thought Golden was going to be a guy. He's been okay. It seems like they may have to. They could be a sneaky team to get rid of a receiver. I could see them flipping a receiver if they maybe now for a tight end or another position they may need.
We'll continue to roll through the super chats. I would encourage and ask everyone very nicely to please subscribe to the channel. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers. If you're enjoying our free coverage here on Trade Deadline Day, please subscribe. Hit that sub button. Help us reach our next goal of 97,000 as 100K is within reach. We go live for every major event on the NFL calendar. There's no other Giants channel out there going live for 5 hours today like we are. Appreciate everybody's support. Appreciate everybody showing love to us. We go live for every single game day as well, and we put out 2 videos every single day on the latest news, rumors, segments, ideas, and fun stuff on Big Blue. So if you're not subscribed, change it. Would really appreciate it if you could. Join the channel and be a real one.
Yeah, and if you are a real one, you are subscribed already, type me in the chat.
Let's go. Marty Malela, $20 super chat. Shout out to you, brother. My man's killing it today. Jets fans are pissed. I think rightfully so, but then you also got to be pretty excited. You got 2 first-round picks back. You bring back A.D. Mitchell. He was just a second-round wide receiver, I believe.
Second-round pick, I think.
I
think it's less about maybe the compensation and just more about, like, now they're even further away. And I don't think any Jet fans thought they were contending this year, but now it's you trade away one of your better players for future players. It's going to be a long rebuild for the Jets.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, kind of feels like the OBJ trade a little bit. So, yeah, there's that. J Mesh, Marty, you're a legend, bro. What if there's a 3-team trade? Kayvon to Bears, get a first. First goes to Dolphins for a Waddle. So trading Kayvon.
Kayvon to the Bears, first-round pick to the Dolphins, Waddle to the Giants.
So trading Kayvon Thibodeau for Waddle.
Basically, yeah.
Yes, I would trade Kayvon Thibodeau for Jalen Waddle. I don't know. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I would do it. Yeah, I would. Drips, what up, man? Sauce to the Colts. Daniel Jones dynasty. A team going all in around Daniel Jones. What could go wrong?
It's certainly something. I saw online there's a video of the game against the Steelers where he's going to the line and he's about to take a snap. And he's got kind of that puzzled Daniel Jones look on his face.
The one that oozes confidence in his
Yeah,
teams.
and people are like, uh-oh. I'm a Giants fan. I've seen this one before. GG's Colts. It was a good run while it lasted.
PW Cho 50. I'm guessing that's my man Picho. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube changed the way that y'all's names appear. You'll have to go into the settings of your account and change your handle. If everyone did that, that'd be awesome because I remember your guys' YouTube names, not the handles. But yeah, Picho, I don't know why. They did that. Well, the Colts.
They believe in him, obviously.
And this tells me they're going to give him a big contract as well.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
what could go wrong?
We haven't seen that movie before.
Bob, you're in the 50-50 raffle. Just got your $20 Venmo. Salute to you.
Shout out to Drips, a real one. Shout out to our guy Mark Martin as well, coming in with 10. Says, unpopular opinion, I'd trade Dexter Lawrence to the Dolphins for Waddle and a draft pick. The Dolphins taking back Dexter Lawrence, though, they're clearly also probably headed for a rebuild as well.
Yeah. And they're pretty good, actually, on the defensive line room. They've got a really good defensive tackle there as well. Maybe they want to rebuild the image and identity of the team. The peak of Dexter Lawrence, I think, is significantly higher than Jalen Waddle. And I'm hoping that Dexter Lawrence is hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I think every Giants fan's number one scenario would be Dexter Lawrence to remain a Giant and get back to the level that he was and has been for
That's
most
all
of
we
his
want.
career. Everyone loves him. Everyone wants him to be good. But I think if people are getting wary of if maybe his best days are behind him, if that's a possibility, at least the way he's playing this season is not up to his standard.
I mean, if he's not hurt and he's playing like this, that's very concerning.
And he's not going to be, like, the Giants are not going to be good enough soon enough for him to contribute to the next, hopefully the next good Giants team. So I think that's really where the root of any trading Dexter Lawrence comes from.
He has no more guaranteed money on his contract after this year. He's going to want a new deal.
Like, Giants fans love him. It's not, no one is saying get rid of Dexter Lawrence because they don't want him on the team. It's just more of a trying to do what's best for the organization thing. And like, this would be with that other Kayvon proposed trade and this as well. You're kind of trading from an area where you're more stronger personnel-wise, which is not many on the Giants team, to an area where you need help at wide receiver. I don't know. Would you do that?
Dexter Lawrence for Waddle. What's the draft pick?
I don't know. Let's say a second.
It's hard for me to say no to. That's hard for me to say no. That's hard for me to say no to.
Yeah, especially when it's reported that teams are asking, or the Dolphins are asking for a first for Waddle. So,
are you giving Dexter Lawrence a new $100 million contract? 4 years, $100 million after this year, 75 guaranteed, 25 a pop.
He's not playing like he deserves that kind of contract, and
you
we
think
love
Cheap
Dex.
Joe Shane's going to give it to him?
No way.
Is Wesley Steinberg reliable? No, Wesley Steinberg is a fake troll account. I can't believe people still don't know that. Respectfully.
Shout out to you, Mark. That was an interesting proposition. We appreciate you guys. If you guys want to keep firing those in, we'll keep discussing them all day long. So
yeah, no, those are fun.
We appreciate any super chat you guys
Bronx
get.
Boy, I do think Dexter Lawrence looks a little bit bigger than normal as Bronx Boy's super chat comes up. Raise your hand if you think the Jets will F up the picks.
It is the Jets.
It's the Jets. They would say the same thing
about the
us.
Giants.
They'd
Yeah.
say the same thing about
31
us.
other teams are saying that about the Giants too. If they get a draft pick back, that's oh God, man, I hate that we're there. Shout out to you, Bronx boy. We got our guy, Let's Go Giants, coming in with 2, says Dexter Lawrence, and a second for Justin Jefferson. Yeah, I would do that. Not sure the Vikings would do that. We should ask Vikings host Patrick Seatman what he thinks about that proposition.
Yes, I'm doing this.
Could you imagine Justin Jefferson and Malik Neighbors in the same offense? Oh.
Yeah, I would definitely do this.
Shout out to you, Let's Go Giants. Appreciate your support. Chislow comes in with 2, says, what do you guys think about Caleb Downs?
Really good football player. Really good football player.
So, like, let's say the Giants are on the board in the top 5. Downs is available. You take safety in the top 5?
I got to know who else is available. I don't love the idea of taking a safety in the top 5, but I kind of go back to the Ravens taking Kyle Hamilton. And if you told me Kyle Hamilton would have been the best safety in the NFL 3 years after drafting him, then yeah, I probably would take him top 5. I think sometimes we kind of overdo all of the...
Think too much. You just overthink it.
Yeah. Oh, is a safety worth that pick? Well, if you're in the best safety in the NFL, yeah, it is worth
Joe
that
Shane's
pick.
the king of that. Positional value. And, like, I think this goes back to the point of the Giants just needing to get as many good football players as possible. They're not in the position to try and pick specific positions.
It's like, oh, no way we could take, not saying the Giants, I'm glad with who they picked to Malik Neighbors. Like, oh, you can't take Brock Bowers in the top 5. It's like, yeah, the hell you can. Brock Bowers is one of the best players in the NFL.
Yeah. And you oftentimes you see a lot of teams who pick guys that are quote-unquote falling down draft boards. They usually end up being pretty good players. And like the positional value thing, look at the Lions. They took Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, and everyone said, that's crazy to take a running back 12th overall, especially Gibbs, who wasn't as highly regarded as some of the other running backs coming out in that draft. And you think the Lions regret taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12?
Yeah. So I think at times we overdo the whole can't take position X inside the top X. But it's like, yeah, Kyle Hamilton may be wearing a gold jacket one day. Brock Bowers might be wearing a gold jacket one day. Caleb Downs, he hasn't done it yet, but he's looked at as the top defensive player in this class. Long way to go. Yeah.
Blessed says, y'all act like you knew what these players were turn out to be.
That's
Cut
kind of
it
why
out.
we're using revisionist history to say it's dumb to act like that.
Yeah, I mean, also we're talking about positional value. Any guy we just brought up absolutely killed it in college football. You watch those guys in college; they're great football. You don't know if that's always going to translate over to the NFL, but you see sometimes teams take more projects at more valuable positions, whether it's quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, offensive tackle, over guys who are more proven college players at positions like tight end, safety, linebacker, running back. So that's the argument. It's not saying we knew those guys were going to be great football players, but we're talking about it from a past perspective.
KVS, you are in the 50-50 raffle. Shout out to you. Oh, my man. We got a 3-point goal. Clifford Niles Bay. Give me some CNs in the chat. Shout out to you, Mr. Clifford. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Says, I think by default we have to keep Dable, and we should get rid of Joe Shane and Bowen. Also, I believe you spoke about this in the past, but what about Antonio Pierce as our DC? We have a defensive mind, and I believe it could work out. It could work out with him. Okay, so I am either you keep both Brian Dable and Joe Shane, or you fire both. The reason for that, Clifford, is this. When you fire your GM and you keep the head coach, you then are having to hire a GM who wants that head coach. So you are cutting the list of general managers essentially in half that want this job. There may be people that are really great general managers that want to be the Giants GM, but they may not want that job if they are forced to have Brian Daboll as their head coach. So that's kind of my thought on the first part of that. But yeah, Shane Bowen, he guts to go. The Giants have given up 105 points and over 1,100 yards in the last 9 quarters. Also, I believe you spoke about this in the past, but what about Antonio Pierce, our defensive coordinator? I have no interest in Antonio Pierce as a defensive coordinator. He's never been a defensive coordinator in the NFL, and I just don't think he's an NFL coach. We have a Raiders channel here at Chat Sports that's very well connected with a lot of inside information inside the walls of the Las Vegas Raiders, and I just have no interest in him being on the staff as a New York Giant. One of the best Giant defensive players of my lifetime. One of the best tackles against the Green Bay Packers in the frozen tundra in Lambeau Field. I appreciate everything he's done. I just don't think he's a coach in this league. And he says he has a defensive mind. I believe it could work out with him. It could. I just would rather someone else in that position. I would rather someone else in that position.
Shout out to you, Clifford. We appreciate your support. Means a lot to us.
What do you think?
Yeah, I agree on the idea of like.
Now, if the new GM wants Brian Daboll, if the guy you wants Daboll, sure.
But I think they're going to make the decision on whether or not to fire him before they know who their GM is, if that's the case. So would they fire him, rehire him? You're not going to do that. I mean, it's an interesting conversation on all the maybe loopholes that go on in the NFL hiring process. If the Giants maybe know their guy ahead of time and they know that he likes Daboll, then they could execute that move. I just think I agree. You have to wipe it clean. You lead to that. You could lead to an organizational power struggle in that mismatch. If you have a head coach and GM who aren't brought in together, you need that kind of alignment for roster building, for knowing what kind of players that coach wants to get on the roster. And, yeah, like if you want to get the best GM candidate possible, you have to let him choose his own GM. Choose his own head coach. Excuse me.
I agree, man. I just free control. Not backing you in the corner saying you got to do this, but I don't know. Sean, Charles, y'all are in the 50-50 raffle. Clifford, major salute to you. I know a lot of people like the idea of Antonio Pierce as the defensive coordinator. I guess my question would be, if Antonio Pierce was a Kansas City Chief great, would we want him? Is the only reason we want him because he played for the Giants? And that's a serious question.
I think there's a lot of fans that's why. They know him. He's familiar. And I get the idea, the appeal of bringing a franchise icon home. But you have to think that if Antonio Pierce was a good defensive coordinator, he'd probably be a defensive coordinator right now. Went from head coach to currently not employed as an NFL head coach. And I think we said that he hasn't even done that before. He went right from linebacker coach to head coach, I believe. So he hasn't even coordinated a defense in the NFL.
And look, you got to get a chance to be a defensive coordinator to be a good one. And I'm not saying he wouldn't be one.
Do you think he'd be an upgrade over Shane Bowen?
Well, maybe, because he's the worst defensive coordinator in the NFL. And I have asked just for the 31st best defensive coordinator in the NFL.
I think we need to shoot higher than that, though, is the
point. Exactly. Great question. Thought-provoking. Clifford, thank you for the support. Thank you for watching our show. And thank you for giving us some easy content to talk about, man. Thank you. From one $50 super chat to another, we got a 3-point goal. Money, Mazza, bang! Give me some double M's in the chat. Shout out to Money Mazza. $50 super chat. Thank you, bro. Says, would you like if the Giants try and sign Kyle Shanahan? Also give a 2027 first and Evan Neal for Waddle, 2028 second. If the Giants could get Kyle Shanahan, yeah, I would love for Kyle Shanahan to be the head coach of the New York Giants. We saw how easy Kyle Shanahan made the game for Mac Jones this past Sunday against the New York Giants. That is what a coach is supposed to do with a rookie quarterback. Get the ball out quick. easy reads, scheming receivers open, getting the ball to your best player and Christian McCaffrey in different ways that cannot be stopped. I think Shanahan gets a lot of bad rap. I think he's a top 5 head coach in the NFL.
Yeah, and I don't know, I guess is he in the McVay tree or he's a part of the McVay tree? I think he may even have a little bit of a coaching tree under himself. If you're a coaching tree, you're one of the top coaches in the NFL. And like you pointed out, we saw the difference between 2 injured teams and how well they played on Sunday, right with the Giants and 49ers going head-to-head. The Giants obviously missing a lot of guys, but 49ers missing a lot of big players as well. And they didn't look like it against the Giants.
When it comes to trading a 2027 first and Evan Neal for Waddle and a 2028 second-round pick, yeah, I would do that. But I don't think the Miami Dolphins would. I think the Miami Dolphins would probably want a first and a second, which I think would be on the higher end of what they wanted. But reports have surfaced that they want a first-round pick plus. I don't think that they would be interested in just giving up Jalen Waddle essentially for a first and second-round pick swap.
Jump like 30 positions in the draft order.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would do that. I don't know if the Dolphins would do that, though. And that's kind of a sticking point. It kind of sounds like at this point the Dolphins are going to have to be blown away by an offer to acquire Mr. Jalen Waddle.
Yeah. I just want to touch on that Jets trade again. I'm obviously from New York. I know a lot of Jets fans, most of them upset. I had one text me that Sauce Gardner has done more for Buffalo Wild Wings than he has for the New York Jets so far in his career. So he's happy with the return for Sauce Gardner. I guess his play has maybe gotten a little worse over the years. But yeah, I guess not every Jets fan unhappy with the Sauce trade. So
Brad Nellis says Antonio appears to be a huge upgrade over Shane Bowen. Aggressive style, understands linebackers play. So I don't say this to be an asshole. By that logic, are you saying every NFL linebacker is better than Shane Bowen? Which, one, how low can you set the bar? And two, just because you play in the NFL doesn't mean you're a good coach. Right? Because if it was, then the Giants could just go hire Carl Banks as the head coach. They could bring in Lawrence Taylor as a defensive coordinator. Justin Tuck could be the defensive line coach. Eli Manning could be the head coach. I don't think that's the right way of thinking, to be honest. Money Maza. Thank you for the $50 super chat, brother. We appreciate you, man. Razor Shockwave, $5 super chat. What up, my man? I know he's suing the Giants right now, but Brian Flores and in the draft, we get Carnell Tate in the first round and maybe another wide receiver later, Nick Harbor.
I think he's the guy from South Carolina Harbor. Fast. Brian Flores, yeah, I can't imagine the Giants. That would be them rekindling their relationship would be something. I think we've said before on this show, Brian Flores maybe falls into the great coordinator. Not sure he's cut out to be a head coach. This might have even been after our last game or whenever we were last live. We mentioned how he didn't have the most success as a head coach in Miami. He's been a great D coordinator for Minnesota over the last couple of years. And also, you touched on the fact that he didn't have a great relationship with his quarterback, who was 2 at the time as well, and not wanting that for Jackson Dart.
Yeah. Hell of a defensive coordinator. I don't think it's the worst idea, but I kind of lean towards wanting an offensive coach. I'm not pigeonholing myself into only hiring an offensive coach, but one that has a track record of publicly calling out his quarterback. And Tua got insanely better once Mike McDaniel, got there. I know it's kind of soured over the last couple of years. I like what Brian Flores does on defense. I would love for him to be the defensive coordinator for the Giants. That would be sick. He is a hell of a defensive coordinator. And if he is your head coach, you know you're going to have a hell of a defense. I'd give him an interview. Not one of my top candidates at this point. Not one of my top candidates at this point. It's kind of my thought on that, Mr. Razor Shockwave.
Shout out to you. Appreciate your support. And shout out to a Giants now real one, Marty Malela. We got a 3-point goal. Marty Malela. Bang!
Give me some double M's in the chat. Shout out to you, Marty. We got you in the 50-50 raffle, my man. You're a legend. And Hitbreaker Reynolds, you are in the 50-50 raffle as well. Up to 170 bones.
Yeah, wanted to give an update on that since we're talking about it. That's up to 170. You can enter this by Venmo or Cash Apping Marshall, shown on the screen. We'll throw it down on the bottom after this so that stays up for people. That'll also get you into a jersey raffle to win a Giants jersey of your choosing. It's $20 to get in. Entering once gets you into both. And we'll run those as duck races at the end of our stream.
Hitbreaker. Yes, sir. Got your $20 Cash App. Salute to you, bro. Just got you in the 50-50 raffle. You are duck number 17. Salute to you. Appreciate you, man.
Shout out to everyone in the building. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, you love what we're talking about. You love hanging out with us. You love talking football. We're talking trade deadline today. We're live every week for a Giants game, doing watch parties. We're doing videos every single day, sometimes live shows on the day after the game as well. Go ahead and subscribe. We're on the road to 100K.
Jay Glazer, big trade for the Jets, and they may not be done yet either. When one man speaks, you listen. It's Jay Glazer. He's the best insider in the business. Garrett Wilson.
Really?
Would you trade your second-round pick for Garrett Wilson?
Yes.
Would you trade a second and would you trade 2 seconds?
Yes.
What about a second this year and a first next year?
Probably still yes.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, but
He's a hell of a player. Him and Neighbors for the next 10 years.
yeah. And are you getting like what player you're hoping with those picks? You're hoping to get a guy half as good as Garrett Wilson with those picks. I think that's where I'm at on that. Where do you stop? What's your maximum compensation you'd give up for Garrett Wilson?
Look, if the notification came in right now, says the Giants have traded for Garrett Wilson, a 2026 second and a 2027 first, you better fucking win some games next year.
Yeah. I almost doubt they'd want to trade him like to the Giants as well. I don't think
Leonard Williams.
Yeah, but I think there'd be a lot of teams that'd be interested in Garrett Wilson, and I think the Jets wouldn't have to trade him. If the Giants wanted to get Garrett Wilson, they'd have to overpay. I think is where that is.
I agree.
So, but perfect timing on that because our guy Edwin came in with $2 saying, "Is AD replacing Garrett Wilson, who's gonna be traded?" You know something, Edwin?
Are you Jay Glazer?
Jay Glazer's burner. That was a replay of last night's game. It's trade deadline, and that's what we're running. So, shout out to you, Edwin. Who knows? Maybe you know something that we don't know.
I mean, look, if Garrett Wilson is on the trade block, the Giants should 100% be trying to get him.
As they should be. Shout out to Mario coming in with a $1 super chat. We appreciate you, brother. Everything counts. Means a lot to us. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without you guys supporting us. So
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate y'all. Almost 2,000 people in the building. If you haven't yet, please subscribe.
hit that thumbs up button as well. It's over almost 2,000, like you said. We're only over 1,000 likes. No reason if you're here, you're having a good time, not like the stream. Help get more people in here so we can talk more about all the latest NFL trade deadline news. So shout out to you. Mario. We got our guy Positive Renders coming in with a $2 super chat. It says Neil Hyatt, 4th round pick for Trey Carter, and a 6th round pick. I don't know if I'm missing. If I'm not familiar with Trey Carter.
Yeah, I don't know who Trey Carter is.
But no problem giving up Neil and Hyatt.
Yeah, I mean, if I can get a 6th round pick for Neil, well, I don't know why I'd be giving him a 4th round pick. I don't know who Trey Carter is, so you'd have to.
It must be pretty good if we're giving up a 4th.
Yeah. I don't know who that is.
Shout out to you, Positive. We appreciate your super chat. Trey Harris. Trey Harris.
So Neil Hyatt and a 4th round pick for Trey Harris and a 6th? Yes. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think that the Chargers would do that, though. They just picked him relatively early.
Yeah.
Second round?
Second's what I thought as well.
Yeah, I don't think they're willing to trade him.
But shout out to you. Was mentioned as a Giants trade candidate on a previous Giants video, so you must be tapped into Giants now. Real one.
Brian Bannon, you're in the 50-50 raffle, bro. Salute to you. Thanks. I saw someone else sneak in the 50-50. Couple of people. Miss Nicole O'Brien. Shout out to Miss Nicole. Thank you for being here as always. And Daniel McCoy, as there's $200 up for grabs.
All right. Shout out to Positive. We got Fish on J coming in with 10. Says, real one. Trade, pick up more picks. Season is gone. Build and build smart. Learn from Dave Gettleman's mistakes.
Real one. Trade, pick up more picks. Season is gone. Build and build smart. Learn from Dave Gettleman's mistakes. Yeah, I think we're all kind of okay with the New York Giants potentially selling off some of their assets here, right?
Mm-hmm. Like guys that, and then this is where John Mara would have to get involved if those guys are not going to be around longer. Like, when is your rebuild timeline to try and become a good team again? Are those guys, or is the guy you're giving away a part of your long-term plan going to be on the next, I'll say contending Giants team? Don't want to trade away anyone young or as a long-term piece, but a guy who is a veteran player who may have some value to another team but is not in your long-term plans. Any guy who fits that description, see you later if you can get a draft pick for him.
Nicholas, you are in the 50-50 raffle, bro. Salute to you. CRJ, you are in the 50-50 raffle. Wow, the Cowboys are trading Quinnen Williams.
Trading for Quinnen Williams.
Oh, yes, the Cowboys are trading for Quinnen Williams.
Wow, fire sale in New York and not on the Giants.
Wow. The Cowboys are trading for Quinnen Williams.
Repurposing those Micah picks, I imagine.
They get a 2026 first-round pick and more. Everyone in the NFC East is getting better except the New York Giants. I mean, that's a player you now got to deal with for the next 5 years.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it like that. Holy cow.
The Dallas Cowboys are trading for Quinnen Williams. So you turn one of those first-round picks for Micah Parsons into Quinnen Williams.
And they've got more ammo still if they're only giving up 1-1. They, I believe, already owned all their own first-round picks.
They're saying they expect this to be the Cowboys' first rounder.
Okay. And the Cowboys sitting at 3-5-1, I believe, so better than the Packers' first rounder.
Holy moly. Once they get that up, let's get that up on screen.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's probably in there. If you want to look. Wow. Yeah, look, I am 100% interested, Fish on Jay, to trading the picks. The Jets are tearing it down. Full details TBA, but it's a first-round pick and more going back to the Jets.
Wow.
So you got two great defensive linemen now.
Kenny Clark.
Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams.
I believe this was, and there was reports when they traded Micah that they asked the Jets if the Quinnen Williams was available because they wanted to look into the Jets acquiring Micah Parsons for Quinnen Williams and draft picks like the similar package that they got from the Packers. Jets apparently not interested at the time, but now Cowboys obviously love Quinnen Williams as a player, interested in getting him, and they get him.
The Jets are blowing it up. Let's go get
Garrett
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
Wow. As Jerry Jones was right, he had a big trade done.
Yeah, he had a lot coming. As it's a first-round pick and more coming back for Quinnen Williams. The Jets are going to be controlling the draft for the next couple of years. Own all their own picks, I believe. Just picked up 2 firsts from the Colts. Pick up a first from the Cowboys. Who do you think wins that trade? Well, you guys let us know in the comments who wins that trade. Type NYJ for Jets. Type DAL for Dallas. Obviously, full details unknown, but a first and more going back to the Jets.
Wow.
Quinnen Williams, how old is he?
I'm going to guess 26. 27.
He's 27. I think I like that move for the Cowboys. I want to get Quinnen Williams.
Guaranteed player.
Yep, and you're not getting. You're probably hoping to get a guy as good as Quinnen Williams with a first-round pick.
Says for a first-round pick and more. Wow.
Oh man, Dallas may not be done if they don't want to be too. They still got their own, or if this is their own first-round pick, they got the Green Bay first next year and 2 firsts, or the Green Bay first this year, 2 firsts next year. They want to go and make a move. Interesting to see them kind of go all in. Obviously, with a veteran quarterback, Dak, veteran core CD, a veteran player as well. But at 3-5-1, I believe, not looking like a true Super Bowl contender, but they're getting better.
Jets have 5 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts.
Yeah. They're Muji, I believe. Darren Muji, Aaron Glenn.
Supposedly it's more comp coming to the Jets.
They want to build it their way. So, wow. Jets are committing to it. We'll see. Who knows if no reports yet, but Garrett Wilson may be the next guy up on the move.
If you're Dallas, if you are trading your first-round pick, if the draft was today, that's pick 14.
Yeah, it's better than the Green Bay one. So, Jets betting against the Dallas Cowboys while also.
I don't know if I love trading the 14th overall pick for Quinnen Williams.
How long is he under contract for? I mean, still at 14. Are you getting and Dallas is obviously very clearly going for it. They're trying to win around Dak Prescott, however many years he's got
It's not
left.
just you're trading pick 14. You're also trading for $100+ million player as well.
Yeah. No, that's true.
And who says the Cowboys don't lose a lot more games this year and that pick gets to like 8?
Top 10. Yeah. It's true. I don't know. It's they feel okay, I guess, knowing they have another first-round pick. They're comfortable. They're comfortable.
When you got
with giving that up.
ammunition, you're able to do it. I mean,
Someone mentioned Breece Hall as well. You can imagine he's going to get traded. They said Breece Hall probably next up. So
Garrett Wilson to the Giants. That'd be really good for both teams. I mean, you get a really good player. In theory, though, you should be able to get a player at 14 that's a 12-year starter at defensive tackle for you.
yeah, you should obviously listen. Like they target Quinnen was a guy. The reports came out they targeted when they were trying to trade Micah. So he's a guy they like a lot as a player.
And they're probably trying to win next year as well.
Yeah, Dak is what in his mid to late 30s.
So I get it from that perspective. Wow.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep this up on the top of the screen. We'll continue to run through you guys' super chats. We appreciate you guys. But, yeah, Cowboys acquiring Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets.
If the Cowboys, and I get it, it's tough because the Cowboys play in your division. So let's say, would you trade Dexter Lawrence for a first plus? If you're getting
the Cowboys?
No, if just
in general?
In general, say you're trading him to a team that has the 13th pick.
Yeah. But if you're doing
what's
that,
what's the plus?
You got to commit. You got to commit to that. Like you're not doing that if you're selling every. If Dexter Lawrence is going, you're selling off anyone.
It's a second-round pick this year and a first next year. So a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year.
First and a second. So they're giving the Cowboys' own first pick next year.
It doesn't say,
does
it? It just says.
That initial report was that it was the Cowboys' own pick.
Yeah, that also said, though, that it was this year's. So a second-round pick this year, so you're going to get a top 50 pick, maybe even a top 45 pick, and a 2027 first-round pick. So I don't know if that's typed in, but...
Here we go, 2026 second-round pick, future first-round pick as well. Still waiting for clarity on which first-round pick that is, whether it's...
I bet it could be like whichever one's better.
Yeah, conditional.
Yeah, like whichever one's better. I mean, Dexter Lawrence is better than Quinnen Williams.
Yeah, he is. And that's a haul. The Jets are loading up, man, on draft picks.
Wow. 2,000 people in the building. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you are subscribed, give me a me down below in the comments section. Appreciate everybody for tapping in with us today. We're going to be live through the end of the trade deadline, as that is essentially 2 hours and 45 minutes away. Hit that sub button if you could.
Is it 4 p.m. Eastern?
4 p.m. Eastern time.
So 1 hour, 45 minutes.
1 hour and 45 minutes. Wow. Hit that sub button. Lock us in. We'll be live the rest of the day. We go live for every Giants game day, and we put out multiple videos every day on the New York Giants.
Shout out to Alan Mann, Rick Kingsler, Tiger Metal Stack, Freddie Mac, Legacy King, Greg Condon, Muddy Mark, Raphael, Juan, Knives, Craig Amato, Remy the Enforcer, Legacy King, Just a Kid from NYC. Appreciate you guys subscribing. You guys are real ones. We will try and catch up on the Super Chat now. Appreciate you guys being patient with us on that. Obviously, when trade news comes in, we got to try and get to it and cover it for anyone. Big day so far in the NFL, and still a lot of time left to go for more moves. Cole Zuckerman comes in with 5. He says, Marsh, if the Giants fire Dable, do you think that hinders Dart's development? I'm fine with canning our GM in D.C. I think Marshall has said that Jackson Dart's kind of good enough to succeed with anyone, and it does seem like that. Like, it doesn't seem like the scheme is the reason why Dart's being successful. Dart's being successful because of his own talent as a player, and a lot of his plays, his best plays are plays when the pocket kind of breaks down and he gets out and freestyles a little bit and does his own thing. Yeah, so I think, like in an ideal world, you don't change head coach and offensive coordinator for your rookie quarterback, but I'm not sure that's a reason to hold on to Dable.
Drake May's succeeding.
Yeah.
They did it. Justin Herbert is succeeding. They did it. Caleb Williams is succeeding. They did it. Ideally, yeah, you don't want to do that, but man.
Wow.
That's a lot for Quinnen Williams.
What do you think's going on in 1925 Giants Drive right now?
Nothing.
Nothing. Joe's not working the phones.
They're saying Mozzie Smith may be a part of the trade as well. So you give up a first-round pick in Mozzie Smith. I mean, Jets get back a haul. A second this year, a first next year, and Mozzie Smith, who was just a first-round pick.
Wow.
That's a lot. Whew. That's a trade. That's a big one, boys.
Full details now. We have Mozzie Smith, 2026 second and a future first-round pick. Going back to the Jets for Quinnen Williams.
Supposedly, Quinnen Williams' desired destination was the Cowboys. Wow.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, man. If the Cowboys approached you with that offer for Dexter Lawrence, would you say yes or no?
It's hard not to. How far they are away from contending. You can get like, we obviously, Mozzie Smith is not the player Dexter Lawrence is, but you plug him in, you get a little worse there, and you can add two
you get a lot.
players.
You get a lot worse there. The trade is for the picks. Maybe you think you can bring back Mozzie Smith. He's been a bust, I would say. I'd rather just get 2 ones.
Yeah, I mean, like the Jets have been prioritizing draft capital in all their moves, so I'm sure they wanted that. Better than getting nothing, though, for them to get an extra player in there. Maybe they feel like they can turn him around. And
first round pick. Lindsay, you're in the 50-50 raffle. Thank you for supporting the show, Lindsay.
Jets are having a fire sale. Cowboys have made a few moves today as well. You want to recap everything that's gone on today in case people have just joined us?
Yeah, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. If you want to take lead on that, put up just like the two box of us side by side.
Yeah, or I'll use the one Sam has pushed me for that.
All right, I will be back in a second.
All right, guys, we are going to recap all the trades from today so far. So the latest one, we're going to go latest to earliest today. But the Cowboys have traded for Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets. In return, they've received defensive tackle Mozzie Smith, a 2026 second-round pick, and a future first-round pick to be determined whether or not that's going to be Dallas's own pick next year or the pick of the Green Bay Packers, which they received in the Micah Parsons trade. Another defensive line trade that happened, the Bears received Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and a 2026 seventh, and the Cleveland Browns received a 2026 sixth-round pick. Turning to the wide receiver market, the Seahawks received Rashid Shaheed from the New Orleans Saints. In return, they gave up a fourth-round pick and a fifth-round pick in this year's NFL draft. Shaheed, an impending free agent. For the Saints, they do good to get 2 picks back for a guy they may not have been interested in re-signing. Seattle makes a push for the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold playing well and Jackson Smith and Jigba looking like one of the best players in the NFL. Another Jets trade. This was an earlier blockbuster. They trade Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts. In return, they received 2 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts, as well as wide receiver Adonai Mitchell from the Indianapolis Colts. So the Jets are loading up on draft capital. They're tearing it all down. They traded away Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner, and who knows, more guys may be on the move. Earlier today as well, another wide receiver trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars traded for Jacoby Meyers from the Las Vegas Raiders. In return, the Raiders received 4th and 6th round picks in this year's NFL draft. Jacoby Meyers was mentioned multiple times as a potential Giants trade target. Ultimately, they pass on adding him. He goes to Jacksonville, who are dealing with injuries to Travis Hunter at the wide receiver position, and they hope that him and Brian Thomas Jr. can be a good supporting duo for Trevor Lawrence. And this one was early in the morning. The Dallas Cowboys made an earlier move for linebacker Logan Wilson from the Cincinnati Bengals, and they gave up a 7th-round pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Cowboys are adding veteran guys. They have Dak Prescott. They're trying to go for it. They're trying to win while he's still playing at a high level. They had Quinnen Williams. They had Logan Wilson. There's no sugarcoating it. The Cowboys got a lot better today. This one was last night. The Baltimore Ravens received Draymond Jones, an edge rusher from the Tennessee Titans, in return for a conditional 2026 fifth-round pick. Ravens obviously not off to the start to the season that they wanted to have, but they're going for it. They got Lamar Jackson in his prime. They're trying to get back in and make a chase for the playoffs. Those are all the recent trades. There's been a few more that have happened, but that's really going back to last night, all the recent news that has happened. So appreciate you guys joining us. Did a little recap there if you just joined for any trades that have happened in the last 24 hours, really.
I came into today thinking it was going to be a slow, boring, no big move trade deadline, and boy, was I wrong.
Yeah. And so most of it's thanks to the New York Jets.
Ricky just tweeted out, sounds like Jets have another big trade incoming.
Oh, boy.
Bring me Garrett Wilson.
Oh, man.
Breece Hall, maybe?
To the Giants. Not to the Giants, but he may be getting moved. They're not gonna pay a running back. They're clearly blowing it up. Man, look what's happening to that Jets draft class. That was a hell of a draft class as well. And New regime shipping them all out of town.
Holy Toledo. We are doing a 50-50 raffle on today's show. $230 up for grabs. And a potential New York Giants jersey of your choice. You get a chance to end. You get a chance to win both. Get a chance to win both. $20 to enter. Every time you enter, you get more tickets.
And we will be giving these
Wow.
away at the end of our
I
stream.
cannot believe it, man.
What, the Jets fire sale? Or
The
Cowboys?
Jets fire sale. The Jets getting Quinnen Williams, having to play Quinnen Williams 2 times a year.
Yeah, I kind of thought like the Cowboys were in this weird purgatory with Dak Prescott being a veteran quarterback and their team just not being good enough. That credit to Jerry. He told everyone when we make the Micah trade, we're getting the picks, not necessarily to use them. We're getting them to get another good player. So certainly an interesting strategy. Is there no strategy involved? I guess there is strategy involved for Jerry, but Quinnen obviously not. You wouldn't say, no one would say Quinnen's as good as Micah, but probably costs about half the price, and they can still add more players around him. So, and I think a concerted effort to get better in the interior as well, getting Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams as opposed to the edge.
Adam Yildiz, my man Tom Zingarelli. Those are two of my guys right there. Shout out to y'all. Both of y'all are in the 50-50 raffle. My man Dennis. What up, Dennis La Barbara? La Barbara.
Shout out to you guys for being patient with us. We're trying to get to every single super chat. These trades are coming in fast and furious, so we're trying to cover them, get you guys the news as best as you can. We will catch up on these pretty soon as Marshall confirming everyone that's in that 50-50.
Clifford Niles and Muffin. Y'all are all in. I got you in 2 times, Dennis La Barbara.
All right.
$290 up for grabs now.
Our guy Mario Meza came in with 2, says thoughts on replacing Dable with Gruden.
Not interested. Not interested in John Gruden. I love John Gruden. He's fun. He's entertaining. Go look at the track record with the Raiders. He was also the guy that was allowed to make picks, and they did not make good ones. Cleveland Farrell, number 4 overall.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Although I think he might have had a sack or a play against the Giants.
He lit up Jackson Dart.
Yeah, but wasn't not for the Raiders. So yeah, that was objectively a miss. Number 4 overall.
2 names to watch: Jermaine Johnson and Breece Hall.
So no Garrett Wilson.
I have not yet.
Shout out to Mario. We appreciate your super chat, man. Kaishan, coming in with 5, says, do you think Cordell Footy, I'm guessing this is Flott, is worthy of keeping his spot on defense or trade for another CB? Banks not even in the conversation.
I'm re-signing Cordell Flott. Still a young player. Just having a breakout year.
Ben, arguably the Giants' best corner. I think you look at him and you look at Andrew Phillips, who's been inconsistent, had some good games. Those are the 2 best corners for the Giants, and it's not even close. Paulson Adebo has been a little disappointing coming in his first season with New York as a big free agent acquisition. But yeah, I am personally of the belief that you could never have too many good corners on a football team. I am always for throwing resources, draft picks, money at corners. The problem with free agent corners is if a corner is really that good, they're probably not going to be available in free agency. A team's going to lock them up because it's such an important position with all the dynamic wide receivers in the NFL today. So, yeah, I think the Giants should add as many corners as they possibly can.
Gus Nini, my man. Hey, Marsh, been a long time. I've been busy with football and just got news that I have a season-ending shoulder injury. Man, prayers up for you, bro. But I don't think they should
move on from Wandale.
Look, and I understand why people would say that. I'm just looking for a better player in the slot that fits Jackson Dart a little bit better. a player that's not limited, a player that can run every route, a player that can be an asset at every length of the field.
Update from Adam Schefter. The Jets are getting the higher of the Cowboys' 2 first-round picks in 2027.
Who said that first?
Was that
Me!
Yeah.
I said that.
Breaking Marshall Green.
Look, I will understand why anyone wants to keep Wan'Dale Robinson. I would just rather have a different player than him. That's not to say Wan'Dale is bad. I just think he's limited. And when injuries happen and Wan'Dale has to go from your number 3 receiver to your number 1 receiver, I think you're in serious trouble.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. And I don't know. We're an hour and a half out from the deadline here. Maybe he's a guy you potentially try and flip for a similar guy who's maybe coming up for a contract at a different position of similar talent level.
Then you're giving Dart nothing.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know. It depends. Depends what the Giants' goal is. Right now, it seems to be nothing. People are saying Joe's sleeping in the office, so they're playing on their phone, whatever. But, yeah, nothing. I haven't even heard any rumors of the Giants making a move other than potentially trading Evan Neal. So, yeah, that's really it.
Brees Hall with a funny Twitter post. Maybe he could be traded.
He's gone.
J Mesh, Kayvon for a first from the Bears. And then trade a first for Waddle. So Kayvon for Waddle, yes, I would trade Kayvon Thibodeau for Waddle.
Similar to another proposal we had earlier before, yeah, in almost a semi-3-team trade. Giants would do that. We got Roy Bott coming in with $2. Appreciate you. Says if the Giants don't fire anyone, we storm the facility.
Yeah. I think there's going to be people fired after this year. I'm hoping it's everybody. I'm hoping it's everyone.
Drew coming in with 5 says Marsh, Kayvon, and a 5th for a 2nd and Kendrick Bourne.
No.
Would you do it?
No. I would not do that. I'm only trading Kayvon if I can get a first. I wouldn't even do Kayvon for a 2nd and Kendrick Bourne. So no.
John Oso coming in with $2 says Wan'Dale is worth $13 million a year next to Neighbors.
I just disagree. I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying I'm right. Just when I think of how I want to build a football team around Jackson Dart, it's not a 5'8" limited slot receiver that can't make catches downfield in contested fashion, can't make catches over the middle in contested fashion. He's not a bad player. I even lean towards he's an above average player. He's just a little too limited for me, and I don't think he maximizes the skill set of Jackson Dart.
Shout out to you, John. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the love, John. Thank you, Mr. Oso.
Robert Ferguson coming in with 5 says Saleh to make the talent on this defense worth it. McDaniels as OC.
Tom Pelissero reporting the Jets are not expected to trade Brees Hall.
Really?
Garrett Wilson. I think it's Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah. I'm personally a Robert Saleh fan. I thought he got kind of unfairly blamed and pushed out of the New York for the Jets' struggles. I think I could get behind Robert Saleh and McDaniels tandem with the Giants. McDaniels has been successful. I guess I don't know if he was technically never the OC in San Francisco, but he was like their run game coordinator, potentially I don't know if he ever called plays because Shanahan was there, but I wouldn't hate that. I would give some thought to those two, if that was the pairing. I think Robert Saleh is a good football coach, and I think he got short end of the stick with the Jets.
I don't hate it. I gotta wait. To see who's available before I give my stamp of approval on this is Marshall's guy.
Yeah.
Because I'll be getting that for 5 years.
Yeah, you don't have to say that's your guy. I would be interested in that, is what I'll say. Shout out to Robert. We appreciate you. We got Keith coming in with 10. Says, I'm forced to watch Giants games. The issue isn't the offense or the drop passes. Your defense, you spent so much more on. Can't make a stop. You guys need picks. Dex and Tibbs should be moved for picks.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you have a top 5 highest paid defense and you have a top 5 worst defense, that's definitely a problem. Who is to blame for that problem?
Who's to blame for what are we talking about? The defense?
The personnel on the defense.
Yeah, that's
and
Joe
paying
Shane.
all that
Yeah,
money. That's Joe Shane. Joe Shane.
It's a dual problem of the personnel on the defense across the board, because there's some talent there across the board not being good enough, as well as the scheme and the defensive play calling also being poor. And when you have both of those things, you get what the New York Giants defense has been so far this season. So, yeah. Defense has been, and like that may be, is that the most disappointing thing out of this season so far? Obviously, the whole season as a whole has been disappointing for the Giants, but this defense, we expected at the worst, the defense was going to be one of the top units in the NFL with some of the talent they had. And you knew the corner depth was shaky, but you figured with the pass rush they could overcome that.
Yeah, not great. I mean, your front seven got tore up the last 2 weeks, and you have one injury there,
run
Micah
defense,
McFadden.
Not good enough as well, so yeah.
If your run defense
it's predicated on Micah McFadden,
from being the worst in the NFL to midway in halfway, like that's a problem.
Yeah, the depth across the roster not good enough, but on the defense too.
The starters aren't good enough. They have all their starters.
Yeah, that's true.
You have all your starters: Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Roy Robertson Harris. You paid him. Team Nunez, no Nacho. You paid him. Darius Alexander, 3rd-round pick. Bobby Okereke. You paid him. You're missing one player in the front seven, and you can't stop the run.
Yeah.
That's not depth. That's starters.
Not great. Not a great situation for the Giants defense. Shout out to you, Keith. Appreciate your support. Anthony Cordero coming in with $2 says, can we get a YouTube short of the Giants Now office space?
I posted a couple pictures, but we could do that. We can do that for you. You the man, Anthony. Thank you for the love, brother. I think we have 17 studios here at Chat Sports. When I started in January 2021, we had 2. So business is booming. We just crossed over 1 billion views as a company earlier this week. While every other sports media company has layoffs, we're growing. It's crazy. It's because of y'all. It's because of y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Shout out to Tap Magic coming in with 2. Says, do you think the Colts got fleeced? And 1 second while I throw that one up.
Michael Dalton, you're in the 50-50 raffle.
Colts gave up 2 first-round picks and receiver Adonai Mitchell for Sauce Gardner from the Jets. Do you think they got fleeced?
No. I think this is potentially a win-win trade for both.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like you're looking at already, the Colts' first-round pick is going to be probably in the 20s. They're probably making the playoffs, no doubt. So it's going to be a late 20s pick for Sauce this year. And
Gilly, every woman we hire quits, so we got to figure out a way to get that done. But yeah, I don't think the Colts got fleeced. I think it was a good trade for both.
Yeah, I don't know the Colts well enough to know if corner is like a very big need for them or not. But regardless, add good football players.
I mean, you get him, and then you just made a move. Who'd they sign from the Niners? I'm blanking on his name. The corner. They paid big money for him. Charvarius Ward. So when he comes back from concussion, like you have Ward, you have Sauce Gardner, you should have a really good corner duo.
Yeah, and I just talked about before how corner is you can never have too many good corners. So
appreciate you, tap. Seth Gross, what up, my man? I think we're looking for a premier receiver swinging for the fences. How about just hitting some singles by looking for a stud linebacker? Giants aren't trading for a linebacker. They could have had Logan Wilson for a 7th-round pick. Giants are not giving up assets, I believe, at all. I don't think the Giants are going to give up any assets at the trade deadline. I think we have shifted to we are trying to get assets. We are going to trade our shitty draft picks for bad draft picks. That's where they're at this point, which it stinks. It absolutely stinks. As we are about an hour and 15 minutes away from the deadline being here, I got to tell you guys about our proud sponsor, Prize Picks. Shout out to Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Picked, predict, and play. When you download the app and you use the promo code CLNS, play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 in lineups. You don't even have to be right on your $5 lineup. It's so much fun, guys. It makes game days a lot more interesting. And it's easy to play. All you do is create a lineup of 2 to 6 players, and you simply pick more or less on their projected stat line. I've got my lineup ready to roll for this Sunday's slate. I'm taking the more on pass completions for Bo Nix. I'm taking the more on receiving yards for Ashton Genty, and the more on the receptions for Brock Bowers. Fade my picks, tail my picks. Just do it at Prize Picks. Download the app today. Create an account. Use the promo code CLNS, play your first $5 lineup, and get $50 in lineups and be ready to roll. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Shout out to you guys, and shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring New York Giants Now by Chat Sports.
Shout out to New York Faithful.
My man.
5 says, it hurts being the laughing stock of the NFL. There's been one moment where I was proud to be a big blue fan. All we get is pain for our loyalty.
4 Super Bowls, but yeah, not great right now. Last 10 years, I mean, since the Super Bowl, it's been
rough.
Yeah, it's been rough.
That one playoff season in 15, the boat pick year, and then the one playoff season 2 years ago. And then even then that ended by getting BTA from Philly in the playoffs.
Supposedly the Jets are asking for a 3rd-round pick from Breece Hall. Shout out to you, New York Faithful. Nicole O'Brien says, I think you missed my first Super Chat. We're just catching up on all of them. You guys have been showing so much love. We're going to get to everybody's. I promise we're not intentionally skipping anybody's Super Chat. There's just a lot of them coming in, and I want to spend enough time on everyone's for you guys to feel like you're getting what you paid for. And I take that seriously, and I try to give you all thoughtful answers and spend time on it. So if you did Super Chat today, I promise we're going to get to it. If we're getting to it slow, blame Marsh for trying to take care of y'all and do best by y'all. Chris, what up, man? What's up? Dable won't be the head coach in 26, who is at the top of your head coach list. At the top of my list, I'm not sure guys that I'm looking at. Clint Kubiak is one of them. Jesse Minter is another. And what's going on in Baltimore? What's going on in Pittsburgh? Those are who I'm looking at. Lane Kiffin, I don't know. He seems like a college coach to me. Can Lane Kiffin be the face of the New York Giants? Tweeting out at players.
Honestly, why would you come to the NFL? Now the money in college is just as good. You get more control over your roster, although they're adding GMs now to college. But, I mean, the money's arguably just as good. He's proven to be successful there. And see some of those buyouts those college coaches get as well.
Unreal, man. The best job in the world is to fire Division I coach.
Yeah, you're not getting that in the NFL. So, yeah.
I get the idea of Lane Kiffin.
I think there was a report, at least we had it up here, that Cowherd was reporting that a reporter argued the Giants should target him. So, obviously, Chris isn't alone in thinking that. There's some people out there who think that, but
I give him an interview. He's not near the top of my list as of now. Bush Kid, Marshall, you say won the trade. Jets or Colts? I'm going to say Jets.
Yeah, I think you have to look at it from the prism of where they're gearing their franchise towards now, and they're obviously tearing it all down. So getting 2 first-round picks, especially for a new regime this year, they're trying to get the players they want in the building, and who knows, maybe this will turn out to be like the Giants when they got rid of too many good football players, and I don't know, ended up not as good, but right now looks pretty good getting the receiver back and 2 first-round picks for a corner signed to a big money deal.
Yeah, you essentially get 2 first-round picks and a second.
Yeah.
Early second. And that's not to say Sauce Gardner's not a great player. He is. Jets are paying him a lot of money. They're not winning right now. They're now moving their window to win, which was now with Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner 2 to 3 years later. And look, it's hard to hit on picks. You're hoping you find a player as good as Sauce Gardner with one of those picks. But it's a new era. It's a new regime. It's a new coach, and they're moving forward. I'm not sure you could have got back a better package.
Yeah, like this one seems like it may be like they weren't even trying to move Sauce, but maybe it seems like they didn't really make anyone untouchable. We'll see if they have more guys to trade, but pretty much 2 of their best players gone today. So
it's me. What's up, brother? I told you we ain't doing ish. Yeah, I mean, look, still an hour to go. Not the hottest take in the world, but if you want me to say you're right, you were right so far. You're right so far. Appreciate you, man. Ashton Dyson, chance the Jets offering up Garrett Wilson. I mean, they're selling all their best players. I don't know why they wouldn't listen. I mean, if a team offered 2 first-round picks for Wilson, I bet they'd do it.
yeah, probably.
As Jordan Schultz is now reporting Breece Hall wants to be traded.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to. He's a running back. He's got to make the most of his career. The Jets don't look like they're going to be competing anytime soon. Can't blame him. They're trading all his friends. Just talking about like revisionist history. Imagine if Rodgers didn't get hurt, how different things could have turned out for the Jets.
Yeah. Crazy. Lou 10. Dart, 10 times better rook outside of JD the last 10 years. Dart is a 10 times better rookie
Daniels.
than of all the rookie quarterbacks in the last 10 years. I'd have to go back and look at that. Jackson Dart's been awesome. Jackson Dart's been better than anyone thought he could have been his rookie year. And he could still be a heck of a lot better as well. Jackson Dart has both of ours full support. I'm going to ride, and I'm going to die with Jackson Dart. You guys will know when I'm off the Jackson Dart train, and I'm not even close. I've got both feet, both legs on. If I had more feet and more legs, I'd be on as well. I think people got upset because I said I would trade Jackson Dart for Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, which –
That's not a hot take.
yeah, so if that upsets you, then I would just say toughen up a little bit. I love Jackson Dart. I want him to be a Giants quarterback forever, and I want him to win a lot of Super Bowls, and I'm rooting for him. Brando, what's up, Beast? Heard on a different show people supporting a Belichick as the next head coach. What do you think? I'm not interested in Bill Belichick. Appreciate the $20 super chat. I would have been interested in Bill Belichick maybe 2 years ago. At this point, no. I don't think he is he is not invested in the game of football like he once was, and he was able to be the coach that he was because of his investment level. So, no, I'm not interested in him as the head coach. I'm not. Woo! Imagine the Giants if Joe didn't let Xavier walk. Yeah, we could do that show for 2 hours. X, Barkley, Love, Leonard Williams. List goes on and on and on. On and on and on. New York Faithful. This team only cares about money, not winning. If they did, they'd send Shane Bowen to trade both 5 and 97, get some wide receiver talent. Thank you, New York Faithful. You always crack me up, brother. Appreciate you, my man. Gaming 101. Think we should trade for Jackson Powers Johnson? No, I don't. You got a center, and you honestly got a good backup center in Austin Schlottman. I don't really like
someone in the chat
JMS.
earlier said trade JMS because Schlottman's looked good when he's come in.
It's okay to have depth. Guess who? What's up, Big Blue Nation? I'd let go of 3 Stooges. Thoroughly look for a new GM head coach, and I'd take Rex Ryan as defensive coordinator. I agree. I would get rid of the head coach. I'd get rid of the GM, and I'd get rid of essentially the entire coaching staff. There's a couple guys that I really like. I love the offensive line coach. I love the defensive line coach. But yeah, there could be a maid service needed at 1925 Giants Drive-In to clean it up. Simeon, what's up, man? Mike McCarthy as a potential head coach candidate. I don't hate it. He's not the top of my list. He's on my list. I'd give him an interview. And if I had a list of 12 guys, he'd be close to 12. But he's on my list. He's on my list. He's won a lot of games. He's won a Super Bowl. He had the Cowboys humming 3 straight years, I think, at 12 wins.
Yep.
They were the number 1 and number 2 offense in his time there. I thought he really helped Dak Prescott develop. Good coach, on my list, but closer to the bottom than the top. Big pay. What's up? Thank you for the super chat, man. Giants got a lot of corner depth. You think, do the Giants have a lot of corner depth?
Yeah, I would say I don't.
You think they would move one of them, or is it? No, I don't think the Giants are interested in trading any of their corners unless it's Deontay Banks to get back a draft pick. The Giants are extremely thin at corner. Yeah, you have Paulson. Like, there's a lot of injuries there right now, and that's why you're so thin. You still got to play 8 more games.
Yeah, they need to put.
And they're
some
trying to
guys
win
on the
games.
field. Yeah, they're trying to. The Giants are not active, despite it. While it may look like it, they are not actively trying to tank and lose games. So we'll see if they do anything. About an hour left to the trade deadline. Shout out to you, Big Pay. We appreciate the support.
Tallest Swag, $10 super chat. Would you go get Jamison Williams? Yes, I would trade Dexter Lawrence in 2 seconds for Jamison Williams and Penei Sewell. The Lions would hang up on you. The Lions are not doing that. Penei Sewell is the best right tackle in football. Jamison Williams is one of the most explosive wide receivers in football. They wouldn't do that. I don't even think that they would trade you Penei Sewell for Dexter Lawrence. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the thought. We appreciate everybody that's in the building, man. Shout out to y'all. 2,400 people watching. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel. We are on the way to 97,000 subscribers. We're almost at 100K. If you love the Giants, you appreciate what we're doing. We go live every game day. We go live every Monday. We put out free videos, multiple every single day. I encourage everybody to please hit that subscribe button. It would mean a lot to the people here. Joseph, what's up, my man? Why can't Joe Shane make trades like this? Let's trade Kayvon Thibodeau. Only way I'm trading Kayvon Thibodeau is if I get a first-round pick. Why can't Joe Shane make trades like this? Because all the trades being made are winning teams trying to push for Super Bowl. Giants aren't a winning team. It's kind of that simple.
Well, I think even from the Jets' perspective of selling off guys as well, the Giants are.
What players would be considered? Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau.
That's it. You're not trading Brian Burns. You're not trading any of the rookies. I mean, maybe the guys who are you could trade for value that other teams would want. The list probably ends there.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Appreciate you, Joseph.
Thank you, Joe. Unknown Seth. Leon gave 6 picks for McHale. Find a way, Joe.
Talking about Garrett Wilson, trying to get Garrett Wilson from the Jets. Yeah, that's what I mean. You'd have to overpay to get him. The Jets, I don't think, would want to trade him to the Giants if they had an offer of similar compensation from any other team. Maybe unless it was in their division. I think they'd rather trade him to an AFC team than to the Giants.
Someone says we got the receiver for Indy for Slayton. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. The receiver for Indy, A.D. Mitchell, went to the Jets. Appreciate you, Unknown Seth. How many more of these we got?
A lot.
A lot? Okay. Josephine, would you do Kayvon Thibodeau for Brian Thomas Jr.? Yes. Absolutely. Thomas Wright, Joe Shane is sleeping. Let's be real here, guys. I don't see these guys making a deal and are screwing over Dart. Tired of the front office. I think everybody agrees. Thank you for the love, my man. Big Blue Boss, just tuning in. Any trains? No trades. Not for the Giants. Not yet, Big Blue Boss. Not yet. It's coming, I think. Maybe, potentially. Just kidding. I don't think one's happening. Alex LaRocca. Dexter Lawrence for Roquan Smith and Rashad Bateman. No, I would not do that trade. I'm not trading a defensive tackle for a middle linebacker and a wide receiver 5. I would not do that trade. Jason Z, what up, man? Look, Marsh, I know you want Dable gone, but look at what happened to Alex Smith. Had to learn a new system every year. I would like us to get Waddle, Imagine Neighbors, and Waddle. Oh, I would love to get Jalen Waddle. The Giants aren't trading for Jalen Waddle. What about Drake May? He's got a new head coach. What about Justin Herbert? He got a new head coach after his rookie year. What about Caleb Williams? He's got a new head coach after his rookie year. So you'd rather stay with the bad guy instead of trying to maximize the situation? Look, I'm the one who said it first last year. I want to keep, if you're going to keep Brian Dable, it's a 2-year deal. I was the first one to say that. Now I'm kind of changing my mind a little bit because I kind of realize he's not the guy. And if you're not the solution, go find the solution elsewhere.
And the reports that have come out that if they were to get rid of one, and they may not necessarily, if they're going to fire both, but they were leaning towards keeping Joe Shane over Brian Dable. That was a report that came out earlier, I believe. So, yeah.
Want to throw up the countdown clock?
Yeah, we can do that.
You can just take, if you got to take off name badge, you can do that as well. Lynn Williams, what up, my man? I would go for Garrett Wilson or Waddle. Yeah, same. Same. Shout out to you, Lynn. Yeah, I would go for Garrett Wilson. I'd go for Jalen Waddle. I don't think either are within the Giants' spending limit. I don't. Zach Vela, what's up, my man? Goat. AC, what's up? Dream Day. Neil, Banks, Bob, O, Hyatt, Russ. All out for low picks, no playmakers. Slayton trade for anything, just fill our. Yeah. Check. Agree. What does it say that the New York Giants can't get anything for these guys?
Yeah, I think if there was out there, they would be gone. And it seems like no team's interested in any of these guys. So it says that maybe they're not very good at football, according to 31 other teams.
What if you move this to where the clock would be on the scoreboard? I'm curious what that would look like. Can you move the whole graphic at once in the editor or no? Or do you have to move everything?
Give me 1 sec.
You can push this next one across before you do it. Red Tangent, what up, my man? Hey, Giants, do something. Do anything. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do anything. I definitely don't think they're going to make a big trade at this point. If they did, I would be a little bit caught off guard. Look, all these teams that are making big-time trades are contending, and the teams that are trading away players, a.k.a. only the New York Jets, are teams that are bottoming out and not really interested in winning games. And they're able to do that because they have a brand-new head coach in there. With the that's the thing. The Giants could be doing what the Jets are doing, which I'm not even saying is necessarily the right thing. The Giants could technically be doing that if they had year one of a head coach and year one of a general manager. But you have a general manager and head coach who are trying to win games right now. So, yeah, it's cool. You could just undo it. I thought maybe it could just be a click and grab all of them, but no worries. Yeah, that's why everyone with a pulse last year wanted to fire Joe Shane and Brian Dable. They knew their time had run their course, and you had it right. Dang. Yeah, you're not going to bottom out. Jets don't have to win right now.
Yeah, I mean, like they realize they're I think I said earlier 2 years away from being 2 years away, and it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, they're probably going to take a swing at quarterback at some point to be determined if it's this year or in future years. But I think with their stockpiling these picks, if there's a guy at any point they want to go up and get, they'll probably be able to go up and get him. So, listen, I don't fault anyone. I don't fault the Jets for doing what they're doing. The Jets have some, obviously, we've seen talented players. They're deciding that, I mean, like they've had those guys and they're still not getting it done this year. So they're deciding to tear it all down and build it the way they want. Not going to fault people in charge there. They may only get one shot at this, so got to do it the way you want. Shout out to you, Red Tangent. We appreciate your super chat. Everything, every like, subscription, and super chat means a lot. So thank you guys.
We are running a 50-50 raffle with over 2,400 people watching. I wanted to let you guys in on that. Right now, the pot is up to $310. You're going to have a chance to win over $300, as well as having a chance to win a Giants jersey of your choice. The way to play is you got to send in a $20 Venmo or a $20 Cash App. You can enter as many times as you want. Every increment of $20 is a ticket. Once this show is over, we will run 2 raffles, the first being for the money, the second being for a jersey. So if you want to have a chance to leave with something today, a jersey, some cash, send a $20 Venmo or a $20 Cash App. Again, you can enter as many times as you want. Nicole O'Brien, what up, Nicole? I believe Newbin would reach his potential under a different defensive scheme. Getting Garrett will be one of the best days of my life. I'd love to get Garrett Williams. I'm a big fan of him.
Wilson.
What did I say?
Williams. It's
Garrett
been a long day. Quinnen Williams.
Garrett Wilson. Yeah, Garrett Williams. Who the hell is that? Garrett Wilson, I'd love to get him. Tyler Newbin, I'm just going to respectfully disagree. I don't think he's an NFL athlete. I don't think he's an NFL player. He can't cover. He can't tackle. He can't pursue the football at a high enough level.
If I have to watch him take a bad angle on another run play that goes for 50-plus yards, I might crash out. That Barkley one was just.
He has one pass breakup.
This guy was supposed to be a ball hawk. Like,
if you can't do what you did in college and the NFL, you're usually just not going to be a good football player in this league.
Yeah, it's and like I don't know, like it was considered a good pick I think by many, but this is why you can't read the NFL draft grades right after the draft comes out.
It was also clear a guy they didn't want. That video was on Hard Knocks. They wanted Lassiter, the corner,
and
that went to the Houston Texans.
McKinstry,
Kool-Aid McKinstry. They wanted a corner with that pick. Those guys went, so they took the best player on their board. I had heard nothing throughout the draft process about the Giants wanting him. They didn't even bring him in on a top 30 visit. I think he's a good kid. I think he has some ability to be a leader. Just not an NFL player, in my opinion. The big homie. Appreciate you, Nicole, as always. KT to the Niners for Jennings and a first and a second. Yes, I would trade Kayvon Thibodeau to the Niners for Juwan Jennings and a first-round pick. Only way I'm trading Kayvon is if I'm getting back a first-round pick, though. It's the only way. And is there a team that would give a first-round pick for Kayvon Thibodeau? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. San Francisco, they're kind of in that late 20 range, probably, maybe. They just had another pass rusher injury. Mykel Williams, their first-round pick from this year, went down with one. Obviously, Nick Bosa out for the year. That's just a thought that popped in my mind of a team that could make sense where, like, realistically, no team in the top 15 is probably giving up their first-round pick for Kayvon, but you could potentially get a later round team that would give it up. So who knows? Maybe. But getting back Jennings was a guy been rumored as a potential target for the Giants as well, impending free agent, though. So who knows? Shout out to you, the big homie. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Don, what's up, man? Thoughts on hiring Lane Kiffin? He's not that high up on my list. I understand the connection. I'm just kind of looking elsewhere. I'll give him an interview. He's on my list, but he's not number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, or number 5 at this point. Corey Haynes, not sure on the head coach. Clint Kubiak was mentioned on another show. Thoughts on Mike McDaniels, OC, and Wade Phillips, DC? Wade Phillips, is he still coaching?
That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Yeah, I think Wade Phillips is done in the NFL. Clint Kubiak, I like him a lot.
He was mentioned on this show.
Yeah, he was mentioned on this show. Yeah. Mike McDaniel for an offensive coordinator, I don't hate it. Definitely not as a head coach, though. Ahmad, you're in the 50-50 raffle. Shout out to you, bro. Corey Haynes, you're a real one. Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at on that. Clifford, what up, man? Shout out to you. $50 super chat earlier. Everybody making trades in the NFC East, but the Giants, John Mayer, might be looking to clean house. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
So if they do you think the Giants may make a lot of trades leading up to the draft? If a new GM come in the offseason?
I think you could see it.
Shout out to Clifford. Real one came in, like you said, with the 50 earlier. We appreciate every super chat, so thank you guys.
Thank you.
Miles NH, $2 says, so the Giants actually doing something today or no?
53 minutes. 53 minutes. We're going to find out. That's for sure. Hav, can the Giants pick up Garrett Wilson? Yeah. Will they? Probably not. Cody Walker, Hyatt, 2026 fourth-round pick for Garrett Wilson. They hang up on you, they block their number, and they MF you on the way out. Guys, they want a first-round pick, if not a first-round pick and more for Garrett Wilson.
And probably
No one thinks Jalen Hyatt's good.
There's probably a New York tax on that if the Giants want to get him as well. So, man can pray, but we'll see.
Kevin, my man, thank you for the love. KT, Kayvon Thibodeau is a solid player, but he's going to want elite edge money. That money is needed on offense. It would be dumb to pay him, so trade him. Someone will overpay. I think if there were first-round picks on the table for Kayvon Thibodeau, the Giants would trade him. And that's why I don't think that there are first-round picks on the table. But hey, you never know. You never know. There's still 52 minutes. And the Giants could trade him in the offseason,
Let's say the Giants want a first-round pick, but they're not going to. They know they're not going to re-sign KT. Should they hold on to him just so that because they don't feel like the value's right if they're going to let him go anyway? I guess you said they could trade him in the offseason. He's under contract for one more year.
Yep.
Okay. So, no reason for them to pull the trigger on just the best deal available if they don't feel that value matches up. Shout out to you, Kevin. John Freeze coming in with $2.79 says send Tibbs plus a second for Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, I'd do it.
Jets do it. I don't know. They're in the business of kind of just adding straight capital. They don't seem to be. They're acquiring some players, but not. I don't think that's a trade the Jets would make based on some of their other trades earlier today. Shout out to you, John. We got Michael coming in with 5. Says, Marshall, you think the ownership put the cuffs on trades because they're cleaning manager and house, or is Shane trying to protect his job by holding?
It's a good question. Shout out to you, Michael. I think it's a little bit of both. I could see them saying you're not allowed to make any trades, but I also could see them saying why not try to trade some of the busts you've picked, Hyatt, Neal, Banks, to get back future draft picks. I don't know. We'll find out in 50 minutes what the answer is. We'll find out. Tough question to answer, but I would think that even if they were firing Joe Shane, they would at least let him trade a player like Evan Neal, who's going to be a free agent, if anyone even wanted Evan Neal.
Yeah, I don't see them putting the cuffs on trading any of those guys. I think there's just probably not the value out there for those guys.
Could be hey, you can't give up your first-round pick or your second-round pick, something like that. So I think it's a little of both. Good question, though, my man. Thank you for the love, as always. GC, what's happening, brother? What are the chances Neighbors and Scat are even in good shape next season? Remember Barkley's first year. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to come back from those injuries. I bet Scattaboo actually has a better chance of getting back to 100% next year. I think breaking bones like he did are always easier to come back from major knee injuries. There's a world, though, they're both ready to go week 1, though.
Receiver, got to do a lot of planting and cutting as well, a lot of moving side to side. So we'll see. I think the Giants are going to do whatever they think is in the best interest for Malik Neighbors' health. And if that's holding him out, maybe he doesn't start the season next year. That's what they'll do. Shout out to you, GC.
SM, you were in the 50-50 raffle, bro.
Our guy Rich Pywar came with $5. We appreciate the support, man. Everything really does help. We appreciate you guys for hanging out with us today on NFL Trade Deadline Day. Rich P, you the man, bro. Always showing love. Thank you. Kevin, $5 says, Dable's fault this team is soft. Bowen's fault this is the turbocharged defense sucks. Some dudes weren't meant to drive fast cars. Not wrong. Are you saying the Giants roster is a fast car? I'd say it's more like a minivan with leather seats inside. Or maybe towards the defense. Why can't we just accept, though, maybe those guys aren't that good? Yeah, it seems maybe we all overrated them, I think, coming into this year. Again, you have the worst run defense in the NFL, and you're down one player inside the starting front 7. I love those dudes. They're our heroes. We root for them. We love them. We idolize them. But at some point, you are who you are. And the Giants are 2-7 again, 3rd year in a row.
And I think some of the guys may be a little bit overrated, and that's okay. You can't have badasses all over the football field and be the worst defense in the NFL. That's just like 2 + 2 = 4. It always does. Good football players usually equal good results. Giants have some good football players. I would even say they have some great football players. It takes 22 starters. It takes 22 starters. And it takes 48 on game day to all be good. And the Giants do not have 48 good players. And if you want to say 24 on defense, 24 on offense, the Giants don't have 24 good defensive players.
Shout out to you. Appreciate your support, Kevin. EJ comes in with 5, says, so the Giants reunite Lane Kiffin and Jackson Dart, and would you like it?
Should the Giants reunite Lane Kiffin? I don't hate it. I don't love it. He's on my list. I'd give him an interview. I'd like to see who the other candidates are first. It's kind of where I'm at on that. Thank you, EJ. Robert, $5 super chat. Pool P. You're Pool P, bro. You're the man, dog. Thank you for supporting the channel. Jackson, can we not do a fire sale like the Jets are doing? No, you can't do a fire sale because you have a head coach on the hot seat who's trying to win games, and you have a general manager that needs to win games. If you would have fired Brian Dable and you would have fired Joe Shane, you could have did a fire sale this year. And I'm not even saying the fire sale is right. I'm just giving you all the reasons why you can or cannot do it.
Yeah, I think that like if they're going to do a fire sale, they're going to let whoever, and they're going to fire. The fire sale will begin in the front office and the coaching staff, and then they let the new guys come in and do that, just like the Jets are doing with their guys in the first year of their regime. So shout out to you, Jackson. Appreciate the support. Shout out to everyone who super chatted. We are trying to catch up as quick as possible. Jake Presser comes in with 5, says, will the Giants make a trade for a wide receiver today or no? Or do we make a classic Giants move and trade for a position we don't necessarily need?
I don't think they're trading for a receiver today. I don't. At this point, I do not. I think the only trades you'll see from the Giants are Neal, Hyatt, Banks going out for late picks. It's kind of my guess. Nicole says, I think you missed my first super chat. We actually just talked about it, Nicole. Appreciate you being here and always supporting this channel. We just had a lot stack up. We've had over 20,000 people tune in today, probably over 300 super chats as well. You guys have been awesome. I just want to give everybody the time and the energy and my thoughts that they deserve when they so kindly donate to this channel. So I apologize for getting to your super chats later than they came in, but
Yep.
Everybody, a lot of people have super chat, and it wouldn't be fair if anyone got to skip the line. So I appreciate everyone, and I hope everyone can understand that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elijah, what's up, man? What do you think as Lane Kiffin is that? I mean, I think, holy shit.
Seems like a lot of Giants fans want Lane Kiffin.
If Lane, is it only because of Jackson Dart? And I get it. That's a big reason why. You know what, though? There's a lot of people that like Jackson Dart.
I just think that Lane Kiffin's not going to come to the NFL. Why would he? He's probably going to have – he may be arguably the most desirable college coaching candidate. There's like 10 Power 4 college coaching jobs open. I think he can have his pick of what he wants. Or when you're a college head coach and you're a candidate for these other jobs, you can use that and negotiate a new deal for yourself. You want to stay at your current school. He wants to stay at Ole Miss. He can probably go and get a significant pay raise, have job security.
Or he can go be the LSU coach.
LSU or Florida.
Or he can go be the Florida coach. Or go be the Penn State coach.
Yeah, so I just don't think –
I think he's a college guy.
I don't think he's going to make that jump. He's already tried the NFL as well, right, with the
Long
Raiders.
time ago, yeah.
So I don't know. I'm sure he loves Jackson Dart. No one's rooting for him to be successful more than him, but I just don't think it makes sense for him to go to the NFL.
I'm going to go out on a ledge here and give a really hot take. Brian Dable and Lane Kiffin aren't the only two coaches that like Jackson Dart. What do you think of that?
I don't know, Jim. No, I think that's probably true. I think there are, if the Giants move on from Brian Dable,
I know it's crazy to say that.
There are going to be a lot of coaches signing up or who are interested in working with Jackson Dart.
Sorry, I forgot one. John Gruden. Those aren't the only 3 people in the world that like Jackson Dart.
Evel Knievel.
Funny guys. Clifford, the Giants need to get in on this Jets fired sale. What would I give up for him? I would give a second-round pick this year, a second-round pick next year, and if they twist my arm, I might give them what they want. That's where I'm at.
Don't think it's going to happen, though, but
yeah.
It would be sweet.
Okay.
Shout out to you, Cliff. Clifford, been a big supporter today. So
thank you, Mr. Niles.
job? You think Joe Shane goes aggressive for a receiver like Waddle Garrett for a better record to keep his job? Because I do think they need at least 7 wins for him to keep his job.
No. They would have done it 2 weeks ago, I think. And they would have had him for the Broncos game. And they would have had him for the Eagles game. And they would have had him for, who'd they just lose to? The Niners.
Yeah.
There was no sense to wait. I think they were interested in it. Then they lost to the Broncos. Then they lost to the Eagles. And they lost to the Niners. And now they're looking at, hey, I'm going to be back next year. I'll just use those picks on a receiver. So, no, I don't think so at this point, sadly. I think there was real traction to it. I had heard there was real juice there. But then you lost 3 games in a row. So, pop that balloon. Hav, would you trade Garrett for Kayvon? Yes. I would trade Kayvon Thibodeau for Garrett Wilson in a heartbeat. Yes, sir. Danny, what up, man? Steve Spagnuolo can come back to the Giants as a head coach. I don't hate that. Has he learned from when he was last a head coach? I'd interview him. But also, why would he want to leave the Chiefs? Unless he just really wants to be a head coach again.
And the same thing, and I'm not saying that he's like Eric Bieniemy, but like everyone for years was like Eric Bieniemy, gonna be a head coach, Look at the Chiefs' offense, and like you kept seeing him getting interviewed and kept not getting selected, and now he's not even in the NFL, I don't think, or he has downgraded to a QB coach or something like that. So usually when these guys are coordinators on a successful team, and they don't get hired off as a head coach, there may be a reason why. Now sometimes it's because they like staying where they're at, but a lot of times it's because the NFL has decided that maybe, like you said, some guys are just better off as coordinators than they are as head coaches. And Steve Spags is a Giants legend. No disrespect to him, and he's won multiple Super Bowls with the Chiefs as well. Just hasn't had success as a head coach. So shout out to you, Danny. Appreciate your super chat.
Thank you, Danny. Manny, if the Giants don't make a move, Dable and Joe are gone. Connor Hughes says, spoke to a team that called the Jets recently about Garrett Wilson. Feeling around the NFL as anyone could be had. Not the case with Wilson. Conversations did not progress. Quote, he's untouchable. So that's what you get from a Jets insider. I don't think the deadline is going to be the final straw for either of them as their coaches.
Certainly doesn't look good for them that they're not allowed to, or if they are maybe not allowed to make win-now moves. But I don't think there's too many quote-unquote win-now moves that make sense for the Giants with where they're at right now. So,
Kyle Purpura. I hope I said that right. Thank you, man, for the love. I'm going to get you in this 50-50 raffle as well. Thank you for supporting this show, and thank you for supporting us, man. Really, really appreciate that. Jake, what's up? As a Giants fan, we know JC is at home eating chips. What kind of chips do you think he's eating? What's your one bag of chips? Are you a chip guy?
I am a chip guy. One bag is tough. So my hot take is I'm a salt and vinegar chip guy.
Oh, you are a horrible person.
No, not a fan?
No, I'm not. I just don't like vinegar. I don't like pickles.
Okay.
I don't like any of that stuff.
In terms of like gotta have it, number one bag of chips, I think Costco sells a bag of like Himalayan salt potato chips. I don't know if you've ever had those. Those are pretty good. I would eat a bag of the regular classic Lay's, but those are not my favorite. So if I had to go one, I do like salt and vinegar chips, though, obviously. And you know what? I heard you say it on the short the other day. Not my favorite candy, but I do like regular M&Ms.
That is such a crime.
I've actually brought some to the office to eat them today to show you that I do like them. I didn't bring them in here, but
oh, Lord. Just some bad
food takes here.
bad roster takes from AC. I'm just not a chocolate guy. I'm not a chocolate guy.
Yeah. So, but I think if you said that, most people would say they are chocolate people over not being a chocolate person. So I think that's more of a hot take than liking M&Ms.
I like all Lay's always comes out with like specialty chips every year, like multiple kinds. I love all of those. I like all the crazy chips. There was one Korean barbecue, Korean barbecue fried chicken or something. Those were gas. But if I'm going a standard one, I'm probably going to go Ruffles cheddar sour cream.
Okay, yeah, those are good. You can never go wrong with sour cream. I think Lay's makes an orange bag is similar flavor as well. I've recently get into you're not a pickle guy.
No.
They've started doing the pickle potato chips. Those are not bad as well. But I think sour cream and onion, if you're talking maybe like the 3 standard, what is it, plain sour cream and onion and maybe barbecue, sour cream and onion is good. Barbecue is good too.
Yeah.
You guys can tell I'm hungry. So
yeah, I'm starving. Appreciate you, bro. Hooges. January can't come sooner. Clean house. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna dispute that. G Mafi, Marsh, can we get a receiver at least? Holy hell, bro. I wish. With 38 minutes to go, I don't know.
Shut up, Bronx boy in the chat. Oh, God.
Purple Doritos are good. I like those.
Yes,
I had those recently.
That's true.
Thomas Wright. Fire the front office. Fire Joe. I don't know what head coach, but AP is DC, Lane Kiffin is OC, and take Jordan Tyson.
I think all these Giants fans are reading the same, or they're watching the same show, or they're reading the same articles.
Yeah, I have no interest in Antonio Pierce. Lane Kiffin's not leaving Ole Miss to be an NFL offensive coordinator. Tyson, I'm interested in. And we're all in agreement on the final line. I don't think we care who the head coach is if it means they're going to be competitive. That's all we want. We want to be competitive. We don't want our Sundays and weeks and months ruined because of the New York Giants, and that's what's happening right now. That's where we're at. New York Faithful, my man. Again, Marsh, will this ever just become just a basketball channel? We have a Knicks channel. I have a Knicks channel. I do the same thing on our Knicks channel. Just type in Knicks Chat Sports. It'll come up. We go live for almost every single game as well. If you are a Knicks fan, go subscribe. I'll ask you, if you're a Knicks fan, type me in the chat. I'm curious.
Let's go.
Are there any Knicks fans in the chat?
Shout out a lot of Knicks fans. That's it. New York represent.
I guess then my next question would be, I'm guessing y'all are all subscribed, right? If you're not,
go do that.
Go do that right now. The link is in the chat. If you're a Knicks fan and you enjoy this type of show, click the link in the chat and subscribe. Because I'm sure you're all subscribed, so you don't have to do it. But if you're not, just in case, I don't have to sick AC on you, click the link and subscribe. Click the link and subscribe.
If you're subscribed, type me. If you're not subscribed, do it anyway.
People are saying just subscribe. You better change it. I'm going to spam it in the chat. And I'm going to hope all y'all do it, or I'm going to block you from this channel. Rules are rules. Mark.
Shout out to one of the mods. There was a guy in the chat earlier spamming the Giants traded Brian Burns to the Bears like over and over again, and they blocked him. So shout out to that.
No fake news.
Mark C. If Dable cuts Bowen now and the defense, I'm going to say the defense improve over the next few weeks, it would help his case to stay as head coach. I don't get it.
I agree. I don't understand it as well. I don't understand it. It can't be worse, so why continue to do it?
Yeah, like this is not even outside of sports. Like someone who's like something is not working and you don't change it, that drives me crazy.
Game day with Jay, I appreciate that, man. That was a surreal moment, out-of-body moment right there. Duncan Walker, what up, my man? Marsh, even though I'm an Aussie, I've been to 3 Big Blue games at the Meadowlands. They've won each one. My question is, should the Giants trade for me? Yeah. And I think it's your fault why the Giants are bad and why they're losing games, because you stopped going to tickets. Them. Yeah.
How bad do you want it? BTD reacts $2. What realistic GM coach combo would be a dream for you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet, to be honest. I wish I can give you a better answer than that, but I'm not gonna spew BS on here. I don't know yet.
I'll ask you this: who do you think are the best, or the best? I guess there's a couple ways you could phrase this. I would say who the best GM and who the best head coach is, but who's the best GM head coach combo in the NFL right now, per your opinion?
I think what the Chiefs are doing is pretty damn good.
Brett Veach, Delaware Blue Hen.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Veach and Reed. That's hard to beat. The Rams and whoever they got's hard to beat.
Les Snead. F them picks.
Yeah, they've got it figured out. Yazin, what up, man? Giants should trade for a receiver, not because we need to win, but for Dart's development. I agree. You?
Probably.
Hell yeah,
I agree with you.
I agree with you. You the man. No, yeah, we've been saying it for a minute.
So Shout out to
Domingo, $2 Venmo, $2 Cash App. You're the best, bro. Thank you for supporting this channel, man. That means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Trolling 101 Swag, $1 super chat. Thank you. Appreciate your support.
I'm going to go check the sub number on Knicks Now and see if you guys actually subscribed. If you didn't, we're going to end the stream right now. I knew exactly how many subs we were at, so we'll see. Yep, nobody subscribed. You guys are clowns. We'll see y'all later. All right, see you. Hit the sub button. Come on, stop being frauds.
Ricky B, I love this idea. $2 super chat. Need to make an FAQ for the chat to see same questions.
Wait, you don't think I like answering the same questions over and over and over again?
Anytime you can answer the same questions over and over again, you just got to do it.
Yep, no. That's good stuff, Ricky.
No, we appreciate everyone. We appreciate your support. Obviously, we know everyone's not tuning in for the entire stream, so it's good to touch base on everything over and over again. You guys are real ones. We got over 2,300 people in the building here. If you love this kind of content, you love hanging out with us, you're having a good time chopping it up with all the Giants fans, go ahead and subscribe. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers.
Can we get to 21? Can we get 21? Can we get 21 people to hit that sub button?
21, can you do
Sean Hayes says if you want to keep repeating yourself, just get married. That's funny. That's funny. Gilly! Gilly. Thank you, Gilly. We love you. We love you, Gilly. Thank you. Mr. William, scheme has failed the players. That's on Bowen. I think Bowen deserves a lot of. There was just, what's 15 plus 8? 23? 23 people just subscribed to the Knicks channel.
Let's go.
Keep subbing it up if you love the Knicks and you love the Peak and AC. Hit the sub button in the chat.
Hey, I'm peaked up as well. It's not as prominent. It's not as good.
I don't want to compare peaks like Bronx Boy loves to do with Smitty, but my peak is way peakier than yours. Mr. William, I agree, bro. I mean, coach is supposed to put the players in position to be successful, to maximize their talents. I don't think anyone would say that Shane Bowen does that.
People asking if there is a Yanks Now channel.
There was, and then I started doing Giants and Knicks content full time, and I can't do 3 full-time channels.
Baseball's a lot. The game every day as well. It's tough.
My man. Shout out to y'all.
Shout out to Marty Malela coming in with $10. Says Tom Brady loves Jackson Dart. Let's hire him as the head coach.
Andrew Connell, do you love Jackson Dart?
I love Jackson Dart.
Should we hire you as the head coach?
I'm not going to say no to that. Let me cook.
Does Jackson Dart's mom love Jackson Dart?
Yeah,
Do you think
she
she should be the head coach?
I don't know. The camera loves to pan to her on the broadcast.
What about we hire the head coach at USC when Jackson Dart was there?
I don't even know who that is. Is it Clay Helton?
Or
His high school coach.
his high school coach.
Maybe his Pee-wee coach.
Pee-wee? Someone figure it out who it is. Someone figure out who it is. As we're 30 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline being here, get hooked up with our proud sponsor, Prize Picks. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring Giants Now by Chat Sports. It's America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Pick more, pick less, play Prize Picks. And when you use that promo code CLNS and you place your first $5 lineup, they're going to get you $50 in lineup. Super easy to play, super fun with a chance to win 2,000 times your entry fee. You just create a lineup of 2 to 6 players, and you simply pick more or you simply pick less on their projected stat line. I've got my lineup ready to go for Sunday. Give me the more on completions for Bo Nix. Give me the more on receiving yards for Ashton Genty, and more on the receptions for Brock Bowers. Fade my picks, tail my picks, make your picks at Prize Picks. Download the app, create an account, use the promo code CLNS, and get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineups. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Let's go. I love Batto1229 says, I'm sick of all these repeated questions. Anyway, how do you guys feel about Lane Kiffin, John Green, and Antonio?
Shout out to you, man.
That's good.
I can't believe someone would do that. Anyway.
I will say, you guys are subbing it up on the Knicks channel.
Let's go.
We've picked up like 40 subs. So
Let's
shout
go.
out to y'all. We'll be live tomorrow on the channel if you want more AC and more Marsh. Live tomorrow against the T-Wolves. F. Julius Randle. Dante, I miss you.
No Ant Edwards tomorrow.
No Ant Edwards.
I think he's still out with I think it's a hammy.
Oh, poor guy. Joel, what's up, man? What's up, fellas? Are there any updates on McFadden's injury? I haven't heard a thing about it. To my knowledge, it sounds like he's either going to be out for the year or not return until December. So we're still a couple of weeks away. I think people are trolling now.
Yeah, it's just I didn't even look at the.
It's got to be a joke.
I'm focused on the ones we're catching up on.
I haven't heard much, though. I think he's still a couple of weeks away, and he may not even play this year. So look at the. Oh, Lord. Hav, what up, man? But what do you think of Joe Brady or?
I don't even know who Grizzard is.
Yeah.
Brady, I know is
he was the
Bulls.
offensive coordinator
Bills.
for the LSU Tigers when.
No, I know that's Brady, and now he's the Bills OC.
He is.
I don't know who Grizzard is.
He is the.
That's the LSU guy.
No, Brady was the LSU offensive coordinator
when they won the title.
Yeah.
Real great work. Let's throw the ball to have Joe Burrow throw the ball to Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Beautiful work, Joe Brady.
Man. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, first-round pick.
Like 4 offensive linemen as well.
Grizzard is the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Okay. However, that's worked out for a lot of teams lately the last couple of years. Bucks OCs have done pretty well. Liam Cohen turning around in Jacksonville. Dave Canales has the Panthers at least better than they were.
You think you could sell this fan base on hiring another Bills offensive coordinator?
Oh man, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Let's get might as well take their assistant GM for GM as well.
Or Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Or Antonio Pierce or John Gruden. You guys are the best. We got a 3-point goal. Mike G. Bang! Give me some MGs in the chat. The best initials in the game. Not even close. Mike G, we love you, bro. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Says pumped for the Giants to do nothing. Love this channel, Marsh. You are the man. Mike, we love you, brother. I mean, how many years are we going together? How many years is this, Mike G?
You guys getting an anniversary coming up, or what's
I mean,
you getting him something?
I am. I'm getting him beers when he comes down to Dallas. Mike G, also you're in the Venmo 50/50 raffle. You're a legend. Shout out to you. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Shout out to you, Mike G. Real one. Thank you. We got Sean Hayes.
Mike,
oh,
how's it going with the job? Are you fully a cop? Are you fully a cop yet? Shout out to you, man.
Shout out to all cops as well. Got a few of my family. Respect to that.
Miss M. Googs 31 says, I'm in for beers. Look, if any Giants Now real one comes to Dallas, hit me up. We're going to get beers. We're going to get beers and food.
Could use one right about now. Bronx Boy said, "Be my +1." For what? For what, Bronx Boy? If it's a wedding with an open bar, I'll go as your +1.
We have not skipped anyone's. We have not skipped anyone's super chat at this point. I promise we're going to get to everybody's. I promise. Check your Slack when you get a second. Sean Hayes says, what up, chat fam? How concerned are you about Maritish and Co.? I'm scared shitless. I'm scared shitless. That's why I would hire somebody else to do it. I'd hire a president of football operations to conduct the GM search and to have their hand firmly inside of the head coach search.
Jesus.
What?
Firmly inside with emotion?
I don't know. I don't know why
all right,
why that would mean
I'm
anything.
just, maybe it's just me.
Yeah, I think it is just you, dude. Are you okay? You
I
had
don't know. I could use a beer right about now.
I think you could I don't know, man. Why is AC's mind in the gutter?
You guys ready for this though? Shout out to our guy, Brandon Rivera. We got a 3-point goal. Brandon Rivera. Bang!
Bang! $100 Venmo Cash App. Shout out to Brandon Rivera. Give me some BRs in the chat. Some BRs in the chat, my man. Brandon, you're a legend. We're loading you up with the 50/50 raffle, bro. I had Brando typed out, but it's Brandon. Brendo.
Shout out to everyone coming with the super chats, man. Every time I think we're about to catch up, you guys just fire more in. So
And they're definitely not the same.
they're definitely
question.
not all about Lane Kiffin.
I think y'all are doing a bit against us.
Oh God. Shout out to Brandon Rivera. You're a real one. You're in that 50-50 as well. If you want to get in the 50-50, Marshall's Venmo and Cash App are at the bottom of the screen. We're also doing a jersey raffle. Getting in that 50-50 gets you into both the 50-50 and the jersey raffle. We'll run those as duck races before we hop off the stream today.
Darnell, you're also in the 50-50 raffle. Appreciate your support, bro. Thank you, man.
So shout out to you. Shout out to Brandon. We got Dark Wing Duck said listening while driving home from work. Go big effing blue. Just saying.
No, F. Joe Shane.
Oh, F. Joe Shane. Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Oh, Lordy. Y'all are hilarious. Dark, appreciate you. Samuel, $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you supporting the channel. If you have a comment, question, something, let me know. As reports are officially coming out, teams have called. The Jets are not interested in trading Garrett Wilson.
All
Up
right.
the offer.
Yep.
Up the offer.
Sean Hayes, salt and vinegar, my favorite. All right. He knows what's up. It's
Look,
listen, you either love it or you hate it.
Yes, it is a love or hate thing.
Yeah.
It is a love or hate thing. That is 100% true.
But it's not something you can't. They're dangerous, but you can't eat a lot of them. It's just too strong of a flavor. You can't eat like a full size bag. You'd eat like a snack size bag of them.
I can delete chips, man. That's chips or something like chips and dip, chips and salsa. I'm addicted to that stuff.
Yeah, especially you go to like a Mexican restaurant, you get like the fresh chips, the hot with the salsa. It's like by the time the food comes out, I'm not even hungry anymore.
Dan, what's up? How many picks for Dart? What would I trade Jackson Dart for? Well, I got crucified for saying I would trade Jackson Dart for Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, or Lamar Jackson. I guess that was just the stupidest take of the day. I don't know if I would trade Jackson Dart for picks. I would only trade Jackson Dart for a proven quarterback.
So yeah, that's that. Shout out to R. Appreciate your support, man.
Because you can have all the first-round picks in the world, but if you're not in
getting
range
Jackson
to
Dart again,
get
or
the
a guy
guy,
as good as him, it's no point.
So if you hate me because I said I would trade Dart for Mahomes, Allen, or Lamar Jackson, yeah, we need Dart, absolutely. But let's take the jersey off for a second. It's the best three quarterbacks in the world, and Dart's going to be one of those guys, but no guarantee.
Not there yet.
No guarantee.
Shout out to Dan R. Shout out to WD's coming in with 5. Says the Giants are not going to make a trade for picks, and we're not firing Joe or Shane. I can't with this team anymore.
I don't really have anything to say to that. You're hitting all of the freaking nails on the head with that one.
Yeah, retweet. If that was a tweet, I would retweet it. Hey Rivera, I don't have too many more rebuilds in me, Marsh.
You're telling me, bro. You're telling me, man.
And I think that's where we were talking about that Jets trade for Sauce Gardner earlier. I think that's where some frustration may come in with Jets fans as well. They're headed for a long rebuild with that trade, and they got a great haul for him, but it's just like the sign that they're gonna get better, worse than they already are before it gets better.
Michael Fair, you're in the 50-50 raffle. $420 up for grabs and a New York Giants jersey, a $20 Cash App, or a $20 Venmo. Get you in. You can enter as many times as you want. Yay! What's up, Giants and Hawks fan? Trey is y'all daddy.
So we should have changed the rule where we have to show every super chat for this one because he's also currently out with injury. Don't want to see anyone injured, but not even playing right now. So
I can't believe you root for that guy.
thumbs down on that one.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Let's go Giants. Let's go Giants. Big Blue Boss in the building. What up, my man? Hindsight 2020. What the Jets are doing now is what Joe Shane should have done after the 2022 playoff win. That inaction doomed the regime.
Yeah, instead they made a win now move for Darren Waller for a 3rd-round pick.
You think Joe Shane would have hit on those picks either?
Yeah.
Look, I get why any fan would watch what the Jets did today and want the Giants to do that. I also get why anyone would watch that and say, I don't want the Giants to do what the Jets did. You're pushing your winning window down the road.
Yeah, Giants have one thing the Jets don't, and that's what appears to be a franchise quarterback. So that's one big difference in the situation is the Giants are now building around Jackson Dart. The Jets are building around someone they don't have yet at the quarterback position. That's a difference.
That's why they made all those trades, to get those picks to be able to move up if they need a quarterback.
Get whatever guy it is they want, whether it's this year or next year. So maybe next year because they got that first rounder from Dallas next year. So maybe they're eyeing someone in next year's class. Who knows? My
man, King Kenya, you're in the building, bro. Shout out to you. Always here, always showing love. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We got a 3-point goal. Anderson Castillo. Bang!
Give me some ACs in the building.
Best initials in the game, this guy.
I'm tired of waiting on Joe Shane. F him. And please, fire his ace. Let's get some playmakers around Dart, and let's win some games. Man, I would love that. I'd love that. Where do I sign up, Anderson? Where do I put my pen to paper to sign my John Hancock and be in on that plan?
Yeah, that's it. It's hopefully if Joe Shane's not going to do it, we'll get someone else to do it.
Doom. Doom, doom, doom.
Jason comes in with 5. He says, I would, Marsh, I think talking about subbing to the Knicks channel, but when it comes to basketball, I am a Suns fan, but I still bleed Big Blue.
Kenya coming in with a $20 Venmo and a $20 Cash App. He wants a duck from both ponds.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know with the Cash App duck or the Cash App Venmo goes faster. Brandon Woodruff, he tried to send in a $20 Cash App, but my Cash App is officially shut off now because you guys have sent so much. We will change that to $Chat Sports. $Chat Sports. So if you are on Venmo and you're trying to win that way, $Chat Sports can get you in as well. So Brandon Woodruff, I would say if you still want to get in, you will have to do it on Cash App, but a different handle.
Jason, Suns, I don't know. They went all in, didn't work for them. I think they're not in a full rebuild yet either. They got Devin Booker, but I don't know. West is tough, man. The West is loaded.
I would, March, when it comes to basketball. I'm a Suns fan, but I still bleed Big Blue. Let's go. Yeah, look. I love Devin Booker, but he needs some help.
I think that Beal trade kind of crippled them.
Yeah. Aiden, what's up, Beast? Kind of feels like a family here watching the front office slander all over again, like deja vu from Gettleman. Love you boys. Been watching for a while. Hey, man, I appreciate that. That's what we want. Look, I make the best content we can, and I take a lot of pride in that. But the thing I have the most pride in about this channel is the community and the way that you guys support us. I could never put into words what it means. Because of y'all, I get to have a full-time job talking about the Giants, and that's I'm the luckiest guy in the world, man. I get to come up to work every day, talk about the Giants, support myself. It's awesome, and it's because of y'all, man. Literally, if y'all didn't watch, I wouldn't have a job. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm extremely lucky, man. It means a lot.
Corey Hurd, we did not skip your super chat. We're trying to get to all of them. There's a lot to come in. We appreciate the support from all you guys, but we did not skip it.
Yeah, no, Corey Hurd, we would never skip your super chat. Literally, there's been over 300 individual super chats sent in today. I'm just trying to give everybody the time they deserve, and I know that may disencourage. Is that a word?
Discourage.
Discourage. Yes, exactly. I'm the one with
Precisely.
the broadcast journalism degree on that one. But yeah, I just want to give everybody what the time and stuff they deserve. So apologies if we get to y'all's question extremely slow. Elijah, my bad, Marsh. I saw like 15 Lane. We haven't got any Lane Kiffin questions.
What are you talking about?
Today. tuning in on my lunch break, so I won't be the only Giant fan disappointed. Elijah, you're a real one, man. I know we like to kid and joke about that, but not everyone gets to watch the entire live stream.
Yeah.
So I don't mind people asking the same questions over and over again. There's probably only a couple of people that were here the whole time, and they know who they are, and we know who they are, and that tickles me to death. But I know people are in and out, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
We appreciate all the support. We will answer each question that comes in. It's we've been live for what? Coming up on 4 hours here, so yeah. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the support. Thank you guys.
Nico, you're in the 50-50 raffle, bro. Just got your Venmo, my man.
Mountain Drew.
Mountain Drew, any DCs you would take for next year? I got to see who's available. Like, I'm looking for a new DC. I'm blasting Shane Bowen to the moon. What if you hire a head coach that is a defensive coordinator? Trust me, when the Giants start to make moves and we get later into the season, I'll have DC candidate videos. I'll have OC candidate videos. I'll have head coach candidate videos. I'll have GM candidate videos. I think we started doing videos on this channel in June of 2021. I think what put this channel on the map was the way that we covered the head coach and the GM search. We were the only channel on YouTube doing daily videos on that stuff. I thought that put us on the map, and I personally feel like I've gotten a lot better doing this job since then. It's been 4 years. I could promise you no one's going to cover the head coach search, the GM search, whatever search it is, better than myself and Andrew Connell on this channel. We're going to get you all the info, all the candidates, everything you could ever want, desire. So much so, you're going to tell us to stop doing those videos.
Clickbait.
Clickbait. You'd wanted to trade Russell Wilson. Clickbait. Corey Hurd, my man. What up, baby? I'm a federal employee affected by the government shutdown, so I haven't purchased my Knicks tickets for the 19th just yet. But prices are going down via Game Time. I'll be there. Knicks, Mavs. Knicks, Mavs. Hopefully the Knicks can win. They don't really ever beat the Mavs, but that's where we're at. I'm hoping so.
Shout out to you, Corey Hurd. Did not skip your super chat. We're going in order. Appreciate everyone. Let's go Knicks, though.
Thomas says live play-by-play call puts you on the map. Hey, I appreciate that. It didn't happen overnight, I'll tell you that much. This is year 4 of doing it. You got to put the work in. We've done over 1,000 videos on this channel. I'm a true believer in life. You put the work in and you do it with energy, effort, and pride, good things are going to happen. And there's a reason we're going to get to 100,000 subscribers here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and you're just a jack of all trades, Marsh. You just do it all.
Man, even they want me to do Yankees, man.
Yeah.
And have no life.
Are we going to get another trade? It's been a while since
It
we had
has been a while since
down
any
on 10
trade
minutes.
went down.
I know. Coming out on 10 minutes, I feel like I'm showing that Quinnen trade because it's the most recent large one that happened. But, yeah, no new news yet. So hopefully maybe things will heat up with 10
Simeon
minutes left.
and Evan Williams, you guys are both in the 50-50 raffle. Appreciate both of y'all.
Broken chip.
$470.
Jeremy says Eli Manning for new owner, then clean house. I think Eli was actually in the running for that minority stake that was sold. He backed out of it. It was too expensive. So, yeah.
Let's do it. Broken chip. You the man, dog. You the man. Grimmy, super grateful for you guys this year. Thanks for the best coverage every week, even though some days it feels like watching a slow-motion car wreck. It does. It does. Appreciate you, Grimmy. Seth, thoughts on – I do think that they would work well together. I like Lane Kiffin. I would interview him. I also wouldn't pencil him in as my top choice at this point. But, yeah, I do have some interest there. I'd be willing to poke the bear. But if I made a list of 15, he's probably closer to 15 at this point. Appreciate you, Seth. Drips. Yo, Marsh, how long is Eli out for season ending?
I think this is just a troll job.
Eli Manning? I think he's out forever.
Sean Hayes.
I think he's out forever. Carl Banks should be the DC dead ass. Hey, if he's better than Shane Bowen, I'll take him. Shout out to Carl, man. He's a good guy. He really is. Does a lot of good stuff. Thank you, Carl. Danny. Marsh and Andrew for head coach and GM. Which one's which? Which one's which? Which one's which? Which one? Which one? Which one? Thank you, Danny. Vinny Russo, do you think Lane Kiffin should be the next head coach? First time we've gotten this question today. He's on the list, probably closer to 15 than 1. I don't know if anyone knew this. He was the coach of Jackson Dart in college, and he might want to coach him in the NFL.
Like, you think like they might be able to like get a good coach because Jackson Dart is a good quarterback? I don't know. I think it should be John Gruden or Antonio Pierce for DC.
John Gruden, head coach. Lane Kiffin, OC.
Pierce,
DC.
Okay.
Eli for owner.
Yeah. What about Mike McCarthy's in there as well? Pete
President
Carroll?
of Football Ops.
Yeah, there you go. We can find a role for him. You got a former head coach, we'll find a role for him over at the New York Giants.
NY Nets up. Just was wondering what you think about the Nets. What I think is, thank God I'm a Knicks fan.
Yeah, that's rough.
I don't think they've won a game this year. I think
Really?
they're 0-7.
Wow.
I think they're 0-7.
I mean, they knew it. I think their owner openly went out and said they were tanking. I think Joe Tsai quoted as, "Yeah, we're definitely," or maybe he said, "We're trying to develop guys this year." But hey, if you've seen some of these college guys coming out, man. If you're the Nets, you go get that. You see that kid from BYU, the Bansta. He looks like a dog. So yeah, the Nets need a guy to build around for sure.
Kevin Dad, Knicks NBA fan as a kid, lost interest. But if you are as nuts about the Knicks as the G-Men, I'm watching again. Spiked out chat side with Kevin Dad. You're a real one. Look, I'm just as crazy about the Knicks as the Giants. They actually have brought. I lost my voice for a second.
Really?
It's actually fun to watch the Knicks, and I think our watch parties are a lot of fun. Playoff Knicks watch parties are unreal. I'll lose my mind. I'm screaming. I'm hollering. I'm trying to bring as much energy as I can. I know little Vinny Pip has been a part of a couple of Knicks watch parties. Maybe he could say a nice thing or two about him. But Kevin, we'll be live on the Knicks channel tomorrow. If you just type in Knicks Chat Sports on YouTube, it'll come up tomorrow. That's Wednesday. We'll be live for the game. I hope everybody that's a Knicks fan in this chat goes and subscribes. I'm sure all y'all are already subscribed. So, yeah, be there or be square.
Knicks.
Let's do it.
We got a 3-point goal. Brendo, bang!
Brendo. What's up, Brendo? He says, bang, bang, my head against the wall. Go Big Blue. Where? Who knows? Kiffin for Prez. We haven't got that one yet. Lane Kiffin for
that's
Prez.
it. That is new. They're original. They're changing it up on us. Who knows?
Unreal. I'm going to do a beer shotgun. We haven't opened up the drinks today. Every $50 super chat in the next 5.5 minutes, I got a beer shotgun. Brando. Shout out to Bendo. Shout out to Brando. Lane Kiffin. Is that for President of Football Ops or President of America?
Either one.
I mean, he did coach Jackson Dart in high school, college.
But do we think he should be head coach and president, just both of them, because he's got to coach Dart?
How about we get him to be GM and head coach?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The next Belichick.
Just New York Giants, Lane Kiffin. That's it.
Let's go. Brando, you the man. Every $50 super chat in the next 5 minutes before the deadline is over. I got a beer shotgun.
Cheers. Let's go Giants. Not expecting them to make any moves, but we'll see. Shout out to you, Brando. Like Marsh said, any $50 super chat, he's got a beer shotgun. And speaking of beer, Mr. Music comes in. He said, I'm in Austin. Let's go drinking. What is your favorite? What is your favorite beer?
That one was good. Am I lame if I just say like a little Dos Equis action?
No, I don't think it's your beer of choice. He's
I know
quite
Smitty is a
literally
big
asking.
Bud Light guy.
Bud Light's okay. If I'm talking like standard light beer, I'm probably going Miller.
Miller Light?
Yeah.
We call them Miller protein shakes. Like 4 grams of protein in there.
Oh, yeah? Hit the gym and then pound some Millers?
Pretty much a muscle milk. What happened to Smitty? We fired him. Nah, he is he's a full-time host here at Chat Sports now. Somehow he got a promotion. God knows how. He covers the Boston Celtics, the Warriors, and actually the Buffalo Bills.
I think Vinny Pitt messaged in and said that to Chat Sports and said he was doing such a great job, and that's why they gave him a promotion.
I agree. I think that's exactly what it was.
Shout out to you, Mr. Music. Shout out to New York Faithful coming in with $2. Says Marsh Crash Out video incoming.
I don't think so.
I think we've had a lot of time to simmer with the fact that that they're not making a move at this point. Who knows if anyone's making a move? 3 minutes left. Haven't heard anything.
How close are we to catching up here?
Like 10 to 15.
All right, let's run them. Ashton says Kiffin for Giants now host. Best idea yet. As long as I get paid the buyout fee, he would from Ole Miss.
Oh, that's a good trade.
Trade? Who says no?
Yeah.
Probably Lane Kiffin.
Type Y for the Giants fans. Would you put on Lane Kiffin as the host? Type Y for yes, N for no. New York Faithful says stop showing up to games. Hit those pockets.
They're going to get the
It's
pocket.
already what they already did, I think.
Yeah, they're going to get the money either way.
That's
The
true.
season tickets are already sold.
And the 49ers fans apparently were packing MetLife last weekend. So, to the point where Jackson Dart said he'd never played in a home game like that before. So maybe Lane Kiffin needs to come and change the culture and get it like Ole Miss, and then he won't have to do that anymore. Shout out to you, New York Faithful. Suave coming in with 10. When the signed jerseys coming to the raffle?
Maybe we got to up our game. We've done a couple of signed jerseys before. We've done a couple. Maybe we'll roll those back. Shout out to you, bro. David, what up, man? Thank you for the love. Are we against trading back or for a playmaker like Philly did with AJ? If trading for someone, would you trade our first-round pick for the one of the three receivers we hoped for, Wilson, Thomas, or Waddle? Who's Thomas?
Brian.
Yeah, I would trade a first for Wilson. I would trade a first for Waddle. I'd probably trade a second for Thomas. I wouldn't trade a first. And I wouldn't trade this year's first either because you're going to be picking inside the top 10. I'll give you next year's first. I'll give you 2028 first. Not this year, though. Not this year. Are we against trading back? No, but I kind of just like sticking and picking the best player.
Apparently, Ricky Scoop says he's done for the trade deadline.
All right, a couple of people have entered the 50-50 raffle via the Cash App. Evan Williams, Brandon Woodruff, Zach, Joel Garcia, Cayman Butler. Did I just say something? Ryan Madrid, and then Kevin Quezada. You're in there 2 times. Let's go. And shout out to my guy, Brendo. Every $50 super chat until this clock says 0. I got a beer shotgun for all of the real ones. Shout out to you, David. We appreciate you. Yeah, I would trade a future first-round pick for some of them. Not this year's, though. I can't. You got a top 10 pick. We got a 3-point goal. Brando, bang!
Shout out to you, Brando. Cheers. If anyone else wants Marsh to get another shotgun in, you got 20 seconds to send in your $50 super chat. Come on, let's get Marsh. Let's get Marsh feeling good on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Club going up.
7 seconds remain. We got a trade. Not a Giants trade, but a trade. Trevor Penning. A Saints trade. I don't know what it is, though.
Trevor Penning, it doesn't say. Let me see if I can get that.
Tuesday. Brando, you're a legend, dog.
Traded to the Chargers. Details are coming later. And shout out to Ye, $5 said we may have our basketball differences, but at least together we can all suffer together and bleed blue together.
Bleed blue. Corey Hurd, you're in the 50-50 raffle, bro. Shout out to you, man. Paul Bigelow, you're in the 50-50 raffle, brother. $560 up for grabs as well as a New York Giants jersey.
Shout out to Ye. Let's go Giants, man. Jason says if they don't trade for a wide receiver, they could at least sign OBJ. OBJ is suspended 6 games, I believe. So
I think he comes back in late November and the suspension's over.
but like, does he serve those games? If he's not
yeah,
on a
somehow they said he was serving the games during the suspension. I don't know how.
team? Never heard that.
I've never
before.
heard that either.
Really? Brandon Woodruff, John Gruden head coach. What do you think, Marsh?
Yeah, let's do it. Kidding. No, I have no interest in John Gruden. I have no. I love John Gruden to death. I'm a John Gruden sicko, but no, I don't want to hire John Gruden. No, I don't. Let's go Giants. Joe could have saved his job if he got Garrett Wilson. People called. I'm sure the Giants did call. They were told not interested. The Jets did a fire sale, but they held on to Garrett Wilson. Marty. I grew up in the 80s. My guy was Jordan, so I rock with the Bulls.
Knicks just split with the Bulls.
Maybe you should just be a Knicks fan now, though. What
Yeah,
about that?
We beat them on Sunday. So
Marty, what do we have to do to get you to be a Knicks Now real one? You let me know, Marty. You let me know, and I'll make it happen.
Shout out to Marty Malela, absolute real one.
A goat, man. Give me some MMs in the chat. For real.
Dubs for real. $2 says, I think Joe forgot to charge his phone.
Does Joe even know that the deadline's today?
Yeah. Joe comes into work. Oh, shoot. That was today? Oh, my bad, guys. We'll get him next year.
Michael Stanley, you're in the 50-50 raffle, brother. Up to $570 and a Giants jersey. Let's go. Nicole O'Brien, my dog. Thank you, Nicole. The front office doesn't know what they're doing. They were offered picks for Neal and Hyatt and didn't take them. I would be really disappointed if that's what. I know that there was potentially some rumors that they were players that that teams checked into on cut down day. I don't know what the trades were, but
Yeah, those were reports back in August. We'll see. I mean,
look, if they
Those
were
look great
offered
now.
picks today and they didn't do them, that's a major problem. Doom.
see if any trades trickle in now that the deadline has passed. Shout out to Nicole O'Brien. Shout out to Hush. Theo and Slayton ball the rest of the way. Let's go.
Yay! Yay! Oh, is that it?
Yeah, we are caught up on Super Chats, I believe, unless any have just come in. No, we're good. We're caught up.
Awesome. We are full, as my high school math teacher would say, awesome blossom. 4 subs away from 96,200. If everybody that's watching today's stream could please hit that thumbs up icon. We still have 2,000 people in the building, and we're 4 subs away. I know everybody is not subscribed. If you could, would really mean a lot. It'd mean a lot to me, but it would mean a lot to AC's mom. So please subscribe to the channel. This channel has to get to 96,200 subs today, or AC is literally going to get fired. So please subscribe and save him from being fired and having to file for unemployment.
Oh,
It's not that good here in Texas.
no. I'm going to move back to New York.
Troy, $5 super chat. Shout out to you. We'll get to that in a second. I do want to remind you guys, we are doing a 50-50 raffle. $570 up for grabs. You can enter via a Venmo or Cash App. Change that to Chat Sports if you can.
Yeah.
You're good. At Marshall Green _ on Venmo and $ Chat Sports on Cash App. Have a chance to win almost $600 or a chance to win a Giants jersey of your choice for a current player. I feel like this is disrespectful. What's this guy's name?
Nick Wright.
Nick Wright has quarterback rankings.
Bro.
And he's got Jackson Dart in the same tier as Tua, Penix, Bryce Young, Geno Fields, and McCarthy.
What do the
behind
colors
Mac Jones, Jacoby Brissett, Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, C.J. Stroud, and Caleb Williams.
What do the colors mean? I don't know.
I don't know.
He spent way too much time on this graphic.
He has Joe Flacco above Jackson Dart.
Come on, man. I love Joe Flacco. Shout out Delaware Blue Hens, but that's a tough look. All right, just when we caught up, the real ones came back with more super chats, so here we go. Harry Adams says, "What's up? Did we make any trades today? The Jets did a lot. If not, it's a crime, and he should be fired now."
We traded for Garrett Wilson. Kidding. No, the Giants did not make any trades. No trades for the Giants today, Harry. Disappointing, I know. Disappointing. Shout out to you, Harry Adams. Harry Adams had a beard. Harry Adams did have a beard. Marty! Rig the duck races so I win. Then I will be a Knicks Now fan. Deal. Well, the duck races are already rigged, according to the chat. Adam Yildiz says, "Why you effing with me?" I'm sorry, Yildiz. I'm sorry. I had to. No, the Giants did not make a trade. Want to make that clear. We did not make a trade. I'm sorry,
If you
Adam.
just tuned in right now, no trades for the Giants that we have heard of yet. We'll give sometimes these things trickle in. I don't know if it's like the NBA. In the NBA, I know if you have the league office on the phone before the deadline, you can complete them after the deadline. So we will see if anything trickles in. If it does, we'll have it. We'll still be live here for a little bit. But right now, we don't know about any Giants trades.
Marty, you the man. Max Sus, man. What up, bro? Sources say Joe is safe. He's cozied up to the right people. How can you look at results? Not win-loss.
Not the win-loss.
Not the win-loss. And the way players released have performed. And not real. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how anyone can look at Joe Shane and say he's done a good job and he deserves to keep his job. In fact, I don't think you can say that because he hasn't. Excuse me.
All right, we are caught up on super chats.
All right, let's do a final call for the 50-50 raffle, and then we're going to do a VOD. Actually, we're going to sign off after the 50-50 raffle. We'll sign off. We'll have a VOD on the channel coming up momentarily. Final call. AC is going to put a shot clock up for 2 minutes. 2 minutos. Major shout out to everybody in the building. Charlie says, "I'm diminished as a Giants fan." Excuse me. Mike G. Got you in there 2 more times, bro. $590 up for grabs. Shout out to Mike G. Shout out to Mike G. How does Bowen still? Please don't end the stream after the raffle, please. I'm hungry. I got dinner. I got breakfast out there. No, we gotta eat. I gotta eat, man. All I've eaten today is Happy Dads.
What was that you had before? That in your hand? I don't know. You were shoveling something
Candy.
in the candy. Okay.
Some candy and Happy Dads. Diet of a champ for Marshall.
Breakfast of champions. Yes, so Dylan, basically the Giants did nothing. Yes, they actually did nothing, unless something comes in that we haven't heard of.
Michael Guglielmo. That's a goat right there. That's a goat. Bronx boy, are you a dad? Because that would mean you would have had to Never mind. I keyed. Oh, Vinny Pitt, man. I freaking love that guy. I love Vinny Pitt, man. Uh, 1:15 to go. 1:15 to go.
Just know every time you say something about swallowing, Vinny Pip sends it into me in my Twitter DMs. I've got a few clips of you doing that in my Twitter DMs.
He says I'm lovable. No, you are like that weird little cousin that's lovable. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Anderson Castillo is asking, did you put me in the Duckies?
Eric Klein, you are in. Castillo?
He had the super chat. I don't know.
I do not have a Venmo or Cash App for my man Castillo. It is as Marcus Baca and Tennessee Booyah are in.
Also, like, objectively, he has Daniel Jones low in these tiers as well. Like, if you're doing it based on this season, Daniel Jones sucks, but Colts are having a good season. So.
Castillo, the only way to get in on the duck race is Venmo or Cash App to the handles on screen. We're up to $620 on that. Marshall, when you move into East Rutherford, when they pay me to move to East Rutherford to talk about the Giants and the Knicks. Tennessee Booyah, yeah, not a great trade deadline. Eric Klein, you're in the 50-50 raffle. I don't know if I already said that. As the time is up, so you better get them in before AC can pull the pond up.
It's a race against the clock.
No, the Giants did not do anything today. La-da-da-da-da. It's the mother D-O-double-G. Snoop Dogg. La-da-da-da-da. Bronx boy. I'm lovable. Can you give my son Dominic a shout out? Shout out to Dominic. Can we get everyone to type Dominic in the chat?
Let's go.
Show the kid some love, man. He's a kid and he's a Giants fan. That means he's endured the worst time of this franchise. Yeah. Show him some love. Let's go.
Cousin's name is Dominic.
Unfortunately, Castillo, we can only do the duck races through Venmo or Cash App. Blame James Yoder. You could tweet at him, at James Yoder.
He loves
And then tweet also that Marshall and Andrew Kyle deserve major raises.
Yeah.
Or you're going to hire us and pay us 10x. I think that'll go over really well. At James Yoder on Twitter.
Well, you should be getting a raise according to the rankings that came out today.
Yeah, Mike Nintendo. I didn't see him in here today.
No, I guess we're not high priority on his list on trade deadline day.
This guy, what is this list?
No, this is cooked. Like, what?
Drake May over Pat Mahomes.
Stafford at the top. I love Stafford, but I don't know.
Gino says, did we get you in? Gino, I do not have you in. Or No, I don't.
All right. Let me know when we're ready to go. Are the gates and
Vinny Pip, I know reading is hard. You got to send the Cash App to Chat Sports, bro. I know reading's hard, Vinny Pip. You got to send it to Chat Sports. You freaking ass. Alfieri? No, I don't. He says, I'm lovable, damn it. Bronx boy, if you send it, let me know and we'll add you. If not, no one. Los money. Look, I'm not going to do the whole you got me. If you sent in a Venmo or Cash App, I promise we got you.
Yeah, you pretty much called them all out as you got them in, correct?
Yeah.
So
if you heard me say your name, Gennaro, did you send one in? That would be the question I have for you. Francis Rick, you're in.
Ricker.
He says, I guess I did the wrong one. F. I don't know how. It's
like, what, maybe he tried to send it to yours and you didn't get it or didn't go through. If you did send it to Marshall and he did get it, like, or he said his Cash App's not working. So if it comes through at some point, he did get it. Obviously, he'll send it back. If you want to get in and you need to use Cash App, you got to do it to $Chat Sports. Marshall's Cash App is not working right now.
All right, I'm telling James Yoder to give me the final names on the company-wide Cash App. Said final call, racing now.
Let's go racing.
He says there was multiple chat sports. That sounds weird. The only ones that we have from the chat sports Cash App: Brandon, Zach, Joel, Cayman, Raymond, and Kevin Quezada, Marcus, and Tennessee Booyah.
Oh.
Gennaro says, I used Cash App. I don't know what to say. Those are the only ones we got. I feel bad because I know you always support the channel, but I don't know what to do. Pierce, Jubin, you're in.
Pierce, we got you, buddy. You're in there.
Ricky just admitted to making up a tweet.
Really?
I am Jules says, doing a duck race. We are. It's time. You get 1 minute. I've already done minutes. Matthew, you're in. Matthew Iyer.
Legend. What show is this?
First thing first.
First things first.
All right, let's run them.
All right, here we go.
Pierce, we got you in.
Here we go. Here's how this is going to work. There's 65 ducks on the pond. We're going to shuffle them 3 times. We're going to run the race. The winner of the first race is going to get the money, $650 for the 50-50 raffle. Then we're going to run a second race. We're going to remove the winner of the first race, and the second race will be for the jersey raffle. You have a week to get in touch with us to get this size, player, style, all of that good stuff. So we're going to run the first race first, and then we'll go.
Vinny, did you send one in? If you did, I'll walk you in. I'm not getting a response from James Yoder. Throw Vinny in there. I'm sure he did.
Okay. Give me one.
He wouldn't lie to me.
Second.
If he did, we're going to have problems. I'm going to sick Smitty on him, and he might like it.
Vinny Pip.
All right, we got you locked in. Yoder is ignoring me like I'm trying to hit him up at midnight for some tail. He says, I sent 42 entries or one. Dead. No more Mr. Marsh guy.
Vinny Pip's the last one getting in.
Yeah, doors are closed unless you send a Venmo right now. Doors are closed unless you send Venmo right now. La da 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 da. It's the mother. $666 up for G-Rabs.
So one Vinny Pip entry.
Yeah. Okay. Thor is in. He beats the buzzer. Thor.
Just straight Thor.
Thor.
I'm putting in Bronx, boy.
Says I just rebuilt the Marshall and I drafted a receiver. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I've never seen my name on a video game.
Oh, named Marshall Green. Sometimes I use that random name generator thing.
If you didn't get a request, I sent to wrong chat sports. Yeah, look, we don't have it. I promise. I really don't know how you could send it to the wrong one. It's literally just chat sports. So I'm sorry if you did. That would be unfortunate. You always support the show, and that's what breaks my heart about it, but I don't know what happened.
All right, doors closed. We got 67 ducks on the pond. I already went over the rules. I'm not doing it again. 3 shuffles. And this one's for the money. Here we go.
Here we go. This would be for how much?
$670.
670 bones. 6, 7.
That's actually electric. 670. Shout out Vinny Pip being that last one. Actually, Thor. No, not Vinny Pip. 40 seconds.
Jordan Renan reporting quiet deadline for the Giants. My understanding is they made calls on some big players, but decided it was best not to give up substantial draft capital.
Nice. Coming in on 15 seconds. Right now we got Adam Yildiz, Corey Hurd, Joe Garcia in the front, Paul Jaros. 10 seconds. Some people rising up. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5. We got Kevin Quezada coming in late. Kevin Quezada coming in late. Is it going to be Kevin Quezada?
Kevin Quezada.
All right. You send that out to him.
Gennaro, you did send it to the right Cash App. KVS, Carlos, and Gennaro, we're going to refund you guys your $20 because I was not made aware that you guys sent them in. So we're going to just send y'all back your $20. All right. Kevin Quezada, we'll get that sent over to you momentarily. And let's run the final one.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second. Let me just get Kevin out of there so we don't get a double winner going on.
So KVS, Carlos, and Gennaro, we're going to send you guys back your $20. Appreciate you guys supporting the show. All right. Duck race for a Giants jersey. What you'll do is if you win, you'll send a DM on Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter, you got to make a Twitter. It's 2025. Get on Twitter. You'll send a DM to A. Connell Sports.
Yeah, let me type that in the chat because I don't know if we have that for this.
I'd say just throw it in the L3 too.
Okay.
KVS, Carlos, and Gennaro, you guys have all been refunded. You've all been refunded your $20. All right, what you'll do, if you win, send a DM to Andrew on Twitter right here. Jersey you want, size you want, shipping address. And then we'll take care of you.
You have a week from today to do that. We're not going to chase you down. So that's it. 3 shuffles. This is for a Giants jersey. Here we go.
All right. I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in today. I really appreciate it. That was a lot of fun. These are some of my favorite live shows to do. We just get to sit back and
yeah, no, it's you guys are the best, man. Hanging out with you guys, it's been a lot of fun. We appreciate all the support. I like a lot of the super chats that came in, even if they were about Lane Kiffin. Some of the hypotheticals that we get to toss around with trades and things like that. So I appreciate you guys for making our day fun and letting us come to work and talk about sports all day long. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
15 seconds left. Everyone's bunched up. Coming down on 10 seconds. It's still too hard to tell who's it going to be. We got Brandon Rivera out front. We got some late risers. That's Ryan Madrid, Corey Hurd. We got Kyle on the outside. Looks like Ryan Madrid is going to take it home.
Ryan Madrid, winner, chicken dinner. G-Man says, Marsh, maybe address the DC at some point. Brother, I have spent 100 hours on this channel talking about firing Shane Bowen. I don't really know what else to say besides that. All right, Ryan Madrid, send a DM on Twitter to Andrew Connell at this handle. Jersey you want, size you want, shipping address. All right. Jay Train says, thought on my head coach super chat idea. If you super chat, we got up on screen. And
it was some came in since we started the duck race. We'll finish off with those.
High-level overview, brother. We've done high-level overviews. He sucks. Like, every week there's a video I do about firing him. What is going on? He's a bad DC, and the players aren't playing very good. Jay Train, what up, my man? Appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Head coach idea, Chucky, Rex Ryan. I have no interest in John Gruden. I have no interest in Rex Ryan. I don't mind Mike McCarthy. Spags for DC. Why would he leave the Chiefs DC to come be the Giants DC? Was kind of my point on that. All right, we're going to sign off on the show. Ryan, make sure you DM Andrew. Appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you for everybody tuning in. We've been live for almost 5 hours. I'm exhausted. You guys made today a lot of fun. Lordy, all righty. Vinny, we'll see you later.